人家还没有发出 net。没有。本土的大都是 net think net and man hand simple. Okay, band bank think language aim think bank Okay,
flat,
net okay, sned toward mark depress丢应该depress two case someone to feel unhappy and without hope. Their weather depresses. This weather depresses. To cause someone to feel unhappy and without. Don't it depressed? You listen to the news these days. To infinity depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years time. To reduce the value of something, especially money are a吃早餐。我这分数是应该扣起来。如果我每个章应该有权利去换的。其实你用其他的，他也有权利去。To cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. This weather depresses. This weather depresses. This weather depresses. This weather depresses. This weather depresses me. This weather depresses me. This weather depresses me. Don't it depresses you? Listen to the new these days. It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years. Where's my turn? To cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. This weather depresses. This weather depresses. Depressed. To cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. This weather. Night. Special night. Good for night. Depressed. Round stones or snide toward a mark. Depressed. Corn help. Green surplus amount surplus more than is needed. The word is now produced much for the surpluses. The word is not produced much for surpluses. We are unlikely to produce any surplus this year. The government has authorized the army to sell its surplus weapon. Surplus. The word is not. The word is not produced large for the surpluses. More than you needed. Amount. More than needed. A surplus more than needed. A surplus of corn. Surplus. Corn. Surplus of corn has helped depresses the green. Corn. Food. A top palate grows in many parts of the world for its genocide, which are eaten as food made into flour. Corn. Corn. Okay, corn seed. A surplus of corn has depressed the grain prices. Green. Corn. Or said out from plant, especially a plant like grass, such as rice, moss, and wheat. Said. A surplus of corn has helped depress the grain market prices. They raise in the value of the dollar has depressed the company's earning profit. Money surplus depresses. Profits. Money that is earned in trade or business after paying the costs of produce and selling goods and services. She makes a big profit. Money that is earned in trade or business after paying the cost, produce and selling goods and services. Profit. Money that is earned for business after paying the cost, after paying the produce and selling goods and services. Profit. Okay. Money that is earned in trade or business after paying the cost, produce and selling after paying to and selling goods and services. Profit. They raise. Rise. rise. To move upward, the button rolls gently into the the button rolls gently into the 因为没有人可以在一个线或者是不增长的赛道中或者长期的调试游戏。所以你要说是那个，真的是那个，The button rolls gently into the air. We watched the sunrise. We watched the sunrise. To move upward, the button rolls gently. The button rolls gently into the air. The button rolls the button rolls gently into the air. At 6 a.m. we watched the sun rolls appear. Move up. To move upward. Move up. To rise in the value of the dollar has depressed food. Companies and profits growing. Or seeds from a plant, especially a plant like a grass, such as rice or wheat. Seed. Seed. Set code. Underscore symbol. 1 minute. Being. Money tablet. 这啥玩意儿？啥？Right. 这边。Not allowed to do this. We can freeze house. if we do that. To press the economic operation raise upward. Make operation. The fact of operating or being active. The act of operating or being active. There are several react of the type in operation. Work. Working at the moment, we expect the new system for assessment claims to come into operation start work earlier next year. Work after the act of operating to be active. The act of operating or being business business operation to reduce the amount of activity in something, especially a business operation. High interest rates. Rate. A local tax paid in Australia and in British in the past by the owners of a house and others building. 房产税 rate. The speed at which something happens or changes or the amount or number of times it happens or changes in a particular period. The speed rate. The speed at which something happens or change. The speed at which something happens. The speed at which something happens or changes, or the amount or number of times it happens or changes in a particular period. Although she's recovering from her illness, her rate of progress is quite slow. Asked my assistant, Roger. The speed at which something happens or changes, or the amount or number of times it happens or changes in a particular period. Rate. Let me know this. Prime rate. FP. No, interest rate. Rate. Merge range. This speed in which something happens or change. Speed or transaction could toward the amount of number. At times it had changed in a particular period, or the amount or number of times it happens or changed in a particular period. Others cover. 你可以想看。Others recover from her illness. Her rate of progress is quite slow. I told my assistant to work at their own rate. The tax was going at a tremendous rate. They grow the inflation mortality employee. The drug has high success rate. I told my assistant to work at their own rate. I told my assistant. 你只能移除重新做。如果你移除，就是那个东西都不属于。After she recovered from her illness, her rate of progress is quite slow. I told my assistant to work at their own rate. The tax was going at a tremendous rate. They gross inflation mortality unemployment. Operation rate at high interest rates. Rate. Rates. Rates. Yeah. Rates. Merger. This speed is which something happens. This speed at which something happens or changes, or the amount or number of times it happens or changes in a particular period. Profits this year. To reduce the amount of activity in something, especially a business operation. Rates. High interest rates continue at depressed. High interest continued to depress. Okay, to reduce the value of something, especially money. To reduce the value of something. To reduce the value of something, especially money. High value rate. High interest rates are continuing to depress the economy. To know the level or amount of something. This drug help depress the high. This drug. Economy. And then system. The system of trade. The system of trade and industry by which the wealth by which the wealth of the country is made and used. Global economy. Technology companies are driving. Technology companies are driving the global economic. A system of trade and industry by which the wealth of country is made and used. Rate. Drug. Medicine. Any natural or artificially made chemical. This is used as a medicine. This is used as a medicine. This is used as a medicine. Prescription. Drug therapy. It takes several drugs for his condition. Medicine. Any natural or artificial made drug that is used. Medicine. Drug therapy. This drug has depressed his hormone. To lower the level of amount of something. To lower the level or amount of something. This drug help decrease the high hormone levels. To lower the level. Or amount of something. This drug help depress high hormone level. To lower the level of amount of something. This drug help depress the high hormone levels.这个里是这个。This drug help depress the high high value hormone. This drug help depress the high引用和引流是不一样。The drug help depress the high hormone level to press downward level. Slowly or slowly to press down to level. Hormone. What meaning of this? Hormone. Hormone is. Hormone. Pleasant. Fragrance. hormone. Many of the viruses can committed by living cells that influence the development, growth, sex, or an animal are carried around the body in the blood. Hormone. High hormone level. The drugs help high hormone. Any virus chemicals. Any virus chemicals made by living cells that influence the development, growth, sex of an animal and are carried around the body in the blood, male and female hormone. Growth hormone. Okay, hormone. Snowdress. Accelerate. Slowly dress. To press down or down. To press. Definition. Drift to radio frequency, pulses, and brain cavity. What do you know this? Drift to radio frequency, pulses. Drift to chemical. Accelerate. Accelerate because slow. Accelerate. The pedal, a part that you push with your foot. In a pedal in a vehicle that makes it go faster. In physics, a machine that makes particles move very fast. A company or plane that helps new companies or organization to grow quickly and become successful. Startup. accelerate, have become increasingly popular in elements of the Greek growth. Accelerate, speed, 1 second. Accelerate math word definition, math open, reference. Moving car, accelerate, accelerator, brake handle, brake. Brake, a device that makes a vehicle go slow or stop. Slowly depress the secret or handlebar or handle that is mixed. It works goes. Slow stop. A small part of a machine or object that is pushed down with a foot to operate or move the machine or object. Vulnerable. Able to be easy physical, able to be easy physical or mentally hurt, influenced or attacked. I felt very vulnerable standing there without any clothes on. It is uneconomic policy. It is uneconomic. It is uneconomical policy that the Democrats are most vulnerable. Terrorists are more vulnerable to attack because they do not with which which areas of the city which areas of the city to avoid. To avoid. Tourists are more vulnerable to attack because they do not know which areas of the city are vulnerable, able to easily physical, mental hurt, influence or attack. Able to be easily physical or mental hurt. Vulnerable. Able to be easily physical or mental health influence or I felt very stand there without any standing there without any clothes on. I felt very vulnerable. I felt very vulnerable. Standing there with any clothes on. It is an economic policy. It is an economic policy that they that it is an economic policy that the Democrats are most vulnerable. Or attack. Attacked. I feel very I feel very vulnerable standing there with vulnerable to be easily physical control. Standing there is an economic policy that is Democrats.我可以先把时间重新把时间放在那个电话线上。It is an economic policy that the Democrats 我们看这个东西呢，有时候挺难的，但有时候呢相当快，有时候呢相当big。Policy. It is an economic policy that the Democrats. The person who believe Democrat. Democrat. The Democrat are most did it on economic policy that is Democrats are most vulnerable. Tourist. Wow. Tourist. Someone who visits the place for pleasure and interest, usually while on vacation. Tourist. Guest. Tourist. Someone who visits a place for pleasure and interest. Usually while on vacation. 用平时数学写作。No one which areas of the city. 你知道一个世界到底这么久？当一个课题研究一下。About stare was never from some mental. Mentally connected with the word written to the ment. Connected with the ment. Mentally. Connected with the word related about. It's not about connected. Mentally connected with the word related to the man. Mentally hurt. People who can be easily influence or attack. She called on the number can 说好黑呀。Can number of candles or outdoor. Candle. Criticize something or someone is strong, usually or more real reason. Real reason. Tourist. tourist, count. Relating to the standard of good or bad behavior, fairness, honest, that each person lives or each other rather than rules, rather than two laws, rather than two laws. It's more relating to the standard of good, relating to the standards of good or bad behavior, fairness, honesty, that each person believes in, rather than two laws. It's her moral, it's moral. It's her 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 moral obligation to tell the police what he knows. Okay, relating to standard of good behavior, fairness, honesty. Moral is her moral absolute to tell the relating to the standard rather than two laws, outrageous, more outrageous, shocking and annoying on second. Notice shock and more waiting to understand rather than to know. Surprise. The emotional or physic reaction to a sudden unexpected or sudden unexpected and usually unpleasant event or experience a sudden unexpected and usually unexpected or event or experience. Surprise. The emotional or physical. Outrageous. Second word. Shocking. Outrageous, shocking, and unacceptable. To Candy. She called on our number to Candy. What mean this? Something unusual from Candy. This size. Some unusual from Candy. Candy. Isn't it something strong, usually for criticize. Candy, usually for moral reasons. Moral reasons. For moral reasons. People who can be easily vilified hurt. Mentally connected with in relation to mind. Mentally hurt. Physic. Influence or attack. Democrats. Okay.那比较自由的运行英语获取信息的，浏览信息的。甚至说正常二十。它是17，这是。是分类性的。第一点是这。有可能吧，对，就是20%是5%，应该是。 Ow! Jeez.看识别出句子的语，看不让我看。 的非常厉害。然后呢，再说明Okay, let's get started. Again, recording, again play. Again play on ice. Again played on ice in a special flight. Not curve. Again played. Curling. Again played on ice in which special flight. Again played on ice in which special flight. Roll stone are snide forward curling. Again played on ice in which special again played on ice in which special night. Curling again played on ice. Again played on ice in which special flight. Again played on ice in which special flight. In which special flight night. Again played on ice. Again played on ice in which special flight. Again played on ice in which special flight. Again played on ice in which special flight. Roll stones are snide. Roll stones are snide forward and mark. 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 Again played on ice in which special flight. Roll stones are snide forward and mark. Again played on ice in which special flight. Roll stones are snide. Roll stones are snide forward and mark. Forward and mark. Depress. To cut someone to feel unhappy. To cut someone. Oh my God, jeez. To cut someone to feel unhappy. To cut someone to feel unhappy. To cut someone to feel unhappy and without hope. 它的这个感应，它的感应是什么意思？To cut some，不知道，不是太熟，我凭谁？我的性格，我性格属于这种可以慢的，就看对于那些重的事情，to cut someone to feel unhappy and without hope. To cut someone to feel unhappy and without hope. Okay. To cut someone to feel unhappy and without hope. To cut someone to feel unhappy and without hope. The weather depresses me. Cause sadness. This weather depresses This weather depresses. 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 This weather depresses me. This weather depresses me. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed and you listen to the new these days. Don't get depressed. 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 You listen to the new these days. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen to the news. This stage. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen to the news these days. Jag tror du får här. Så det är så här. Så det är Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen to the news these days. Don't get depressed. That is Don't get depressed. 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 You listen. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen to the news. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen to the news. To the news these days. Yeah, don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen to the news these days. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen. You listen. Don't get depressed. You listen to the news these days. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. Don't get depressed. You listen to. Don't get depressed. You listen to the new days. To the news days. To the news these days. Don't get depressed. You listen to the. Listen. So it's not. I'm your truth. Some chances. depressed. You listen to the news these days. Don't be depressed. You listen to the news these days. Don't be depressed. You listen. Don't be depressed. You listen to the news these days. Okay. The depresses. Sadness. Sadness. It depresses me to think that. It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years time. It depresses me. It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be exactly the same job in 10 years time. 10 years time. In 10 years time. In 10 years time. Job in 10 years time. Job in 10 years time. Job in 10 years time. I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years time. It depresses. 这个是背的。It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years. 这次不需要的，这个可能是真的。It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years. It depresses me to think that. I'll probably still be profit. I'll probably still be doing exactly that. I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job. The same job in 10 years. It depresses me to think that. It depresses 也许我是说也许就是如果你都没有搞，It depresses me. It depresses me to think that. I'll probably The weather depresses. It depresses me to think that. It depresses me to think that. It depresses me to think that. It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years. Okay, it depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing that. Doing, I'll probably s- I'll probably still be I'll probably still be doing 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 exactly the same job in 10 years in 10 years time in 10 years time. Think of that. It depresses me to think that.你知道是这个纯粹，我说你好，我就是说你不去，你不去，你还觉得，你还觉得，除了，你还觉得，没有吃过吗？It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing that. So probably to still be doing exactly the same job for 10 years. In 10 years time. Exactly still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years time. In 10 years time. Yes, it depresses me. It depresses me to think of that. It depresses me to think of that. It depresses me to think of that. I'll probably I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years. Years time, 10 years time. It depresses me. It depresses. Me to think that. It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same. Exact. It depresses me to think that I'll probably still be doing exactly the same job in 10 years. 我俩上到这个选择了，我记，因为现在手机所以什么的成绩，很好记，因为其他自己英语自己学，因为英语自己学，成绩因为成绩自己考英语自己学，所以我们就猜，to reduce the value of something, especially money. To reduce the value of something. To reduce the value of something. To reduce the value of something, especially money. To reduce the value of something, especially money. To reduce the value of something, especially money. To reduce the value of something, especially of money, especially money. To reduce the value of something, especially money. To reduce the value of something, especially money. 美国是这样的选，就是说，你不能明白，当一个成功者。To reduce the value of something, especially money. reduce the value of something, especially money. A surplus more than needed, surplus, the surplus, a surplus, okay, good.也是赔的学习，穷人不富人不穷，穷人可以学，穷人不学，富人可以学，他可以随时随地学，但是我们可以学，可以。A surplus of我喜欢，按部就班的挣钱， surplus of corn has helped depress population very grown. 你是应该是要很那个比如说，是不是？这个你认识的比较深，了解的。OK，我其实应该是5岁才开始读书的，我是这样的意思。surplus of corn, a surplus of corn has helped decrease the grain market, grain prices, grain market. A surplus of corn, a surplus of corn, a surplus of corn has helped. A surplus of corn has helped. Our surplus of corn has helped. A surplus of corn. A surplus of corn. A surplus of corn. A surplus. 这个不用讲，你讲这个东西。它是一种老人东西，这个东西，会随便你去的草，反正现在不看看本人非常的东西，一直在人身上，surplus，他们说是比较持续的，持续，从时间就会长，特别这样。A surplus of corn has helped decrease. A surplus of corn has helped. A surplus of corn has decreased the green market and the green market. 什么？你看可以选，你认识。The surplus of corn has helped decrease the green market has decreased the green market. The surplus of corn has helped decrease the green market. The surplus of corn has helped decrease of corn. The surplus of corn has helped decrease the green market. The rise, move upward. The rise in the value of the dollar. The rise. 怎么讲的？ The rise in the value. 下面出去，这个要出来。The rise in the value of the dollar. The rise in the value of dollar has decreased. The company's earnings. Company earnings. The rise in the value of the dollar has decreased. Reduce the value of international money. The rise in the value of dollar. The rise in the value of the dollar. The rise in the value of the dollar. The rise in the value of the dollar decreased. Has decreased. Business. They rise. They rise in the value. They rise in the value of the dollar. They rise in the value of the dollar. They rise in the value of the dollar. As depressed, but then as depressed. 啊，前面这个面是一个the surplus are the surplus in the value of the dollar as depressed by the company as depressed by the companies earnings as depressed by the company's earnings as depressed by the company. They rise in the value of the they rise in the to reduce the rise in the value of the dollar has depressed. The rise in the value of the rise in the value of the dollar has depressed the company's earnings. The rise in the value of the dollar has depressed the company's earnings. Profits this year. Okay. Money paid and cost of the product sale. Money earned cost of product. The rise in the value of the dollar has depressed the company's earnings. The rise in the value of the company. The rise in the value of the dollar. The rise in the value of the dollar. 过去心理数学深度之强的词。The rise in the value of the dollar. The rise in the value of the dollar has depressed the company's earnings. 我这个中国的，我用水跟中国。OK， 我用水跟这个，用这个中国对黄色就像是一个好的鱼，就是你这个你是有错的，但是你这个你是有错，但是你大你会的，但是你这个是被拒的。会有人给你，会有，也是有事，但是这样，你觉得这样，会有别人来投入你。你说是食物，是别人给你投入，你说的是别人投入，别人不觉得你有事情。别人不觉得你有兴趣，这个地方你要去思念其他，到现在你，到现 相关的思考。比如对学生安全是一个更加安全的，但是大家认为是中国的学生打架，一个更加安全，那这里面可能就发生，这里面可能就发生他的名字，有什么机会发育这个意思？虽然有金鱼、鳄鱼、科技鱼、野草、有石，有蛇、豪犬，有食物是第三种是一种的大问题，还有大骂、金鱼、鳄鱼，有一个很好，但是你可以选择的首选，你可以去分辨你这个，你可以对指空间比较有限。中国性质，美国，人招人，你知道是就是一半不是，我们说我们是去我们其实我不是to reduce their amount of activity efficiency. Okay, they raise the value of the dollar has decreased the company's earnings. 如果科技是人类的思维，其实就是科技，人类思维方面是科技，其实是过去。情绪方面，to reach in the middle. To reduce their amount of activity in something. to reduce their amount, to reduce their to reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity in something, to reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity in something. To reduce their amount of something, to reduce their amount of activity in something. To reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity in something. 这个全都可以不用，但是 有上就有选择，没有也得选，你知道意思吗？就像穷富人可以选择穷的，穷人可以选富人吗？得选，那个选择，你每个选择可选的3个，你每不上班，才会有，对不对？有可能是说像0.3%，下个。To reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity something, to reduce每个人现在的这种，折腾，意思，是折腾。To reduce 里面固定的是什么？their amount 生不成要怎么修改？增进和文化呢？人权。To reduce their amount of activity in something. To reduce their amount of activity in something. Especially a business operation. 啊，去年，麻烦就是去年，有人这个就是去年，为什么？所以to reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity in something special, to reduce their amount of activity in something especially a business operation, to reduce their amount of activity in something, especially a business operation. To reduce their amount of activity, to reduce their amount of activity in something, to reduce their amount of something, to reduce their amount of activity in something, especially operation, especially a business operation, especially a business. To reduce their amount of activity. To reduce their amount of activity in something, especially a business operation. 你现在你们high interest rates. High interest rates are continuing. High interest rates are continuing. High interest rates are continuing to depress the economic. High interest rates are continuing. High continual rates are continue to depress the economy. High continual rates to continue to depress the to depress the economy. High interest rates are continuing to depress the economy. High interest rates are continuing to depress the economy. High interest rates are continuing to depress the economy. 哎呀，怎么没有？怎么还没有？你现在看，你连看不行。马上成为一个现象。怎么？哎呀，看，居然还没讲，还没讲，多少？hang。联光看是这样。high interest rates。没有。主要是这个觉得没有。为什么？各种原因。想选好的没得选，想选好的没得选，我还明白你想选好的那就不能选，所以现在通常都是男生都选这个问题，我是男生，所以我更懂男生的一些偏好。High interest rates are continuing to depress the economy. High interest rates are continuing to depress the economy. 你的其他没有考虑进去，我这个开始你会把自己逼上一个麻烦，会把自己逼上墙角，不能把自己逼到墙角。To know the level or amount of something. To know the level or amount of something. To know level. Okay. To know the level. To know the level or amount of something. To know the level of something. To know the level or amount of something. To know the level or amount of something. The drug helps depress. 你可能的东西，但是所以未来很重要技术的技术有基础，所以especially a business. Okay, the drug helps depress. The drug helps depress. The drug helps depress. High hormone levels. The drug depress. The drug helps depress. The drug helps depress. High hormone levels. The drug helps depress. depress. The drug helps depress. The drug helps. The drug helps. The drug helps. The drug helps depress the high hormone levels. Hormone levels. The drug. Okay. The drug helps hormone. The drug helps depress high hormone levels. 所以每个人，我觉得每个人就是我觉得我爸妈他们都没有相当于to press down or lower. To press down or lower. What is the good plan? To depress, what is a good look? To press down or later. To press down or lower. 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 Press down. To press down or lower. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress them. 终于打出来算了。现在明白了。Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Brake. Slowly depress the brake. Stop vehicle. Something. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress this accelerator. Brake pedal. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Brake pedal. Okay. Punch back. High interest. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Brake pedal. Slowly depress the accelerator. Slowly depress the accelerator. Able to be easily physical or mental hurt. Able to be easily physical able to be easily physically, able to be easily physically, able to be easily physically or mental hurt, influence, or attack, able to be easily physical or mental, or mentally hurt. Able to be easily hurt. Able to be easily physical or mentally influenced or attack. Mental hurt. Able to be easily hurt. Able to be easily. Okay. Able to be easily physical. Able to be easily physical or able to be easily physical or mentally hurt. 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 Influenced or attacked. Influenced or attacked. Influenced or attacked. I felt very valuable. I felt very valuable. 因为它自取的一个自取，我不愿意自取，我自取没关系。I felt very valuable. 我们是观察的东西，我们最好是把资源自己都说出来。当你是这样的人，你就更容易死。不会死。你体会过这样的人，就知道这种表现特征是什么。I felt 你真是什么 ？I felt very valuable. I felt very valuable. I felt very valuable. I felt very valuable. I felt very valuable. Standing there with any clothes on. Standing there without any clothes without any clothes on. I felt very valuable. Standing there without any clothes on. Standing there, I felt very valuable. I felt very valuable. Standing there without any clothes on. Okay, it is an economic policy. It is an economic policy that the Democrats are most valuable. It is an economic policy. It is an economic policy. OK， 那先到今天就 economic policy.
Take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money, but we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and kind of broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages kind of through the back channel, like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I kind of just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards. You get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruined the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, skin in the game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication.
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's kind of a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply at the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use, more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type. But deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair. Because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. But capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This is only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It started with broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message. They would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires. So the last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie. I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people are going to, this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots, and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and there's delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told that.
Okay. It is an economic. It is an economic policy that Democrats. It is an economic policy that the Democrat. It's an economic policy that the Democrats. It is an economic policy that the Democrats that are most democrat, 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 有些句子，你要想想。It is economic. It is economic policy. It is economic. 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 It is economic policy that the Democrats are most valuable. It is economic policy. It is economic. It is economic policy. Democrats are most valuable. It is economic policy. It is an economic policy that the Democrats. It is an economic policy that the it is an economic policy that the Democrats are most valuable. It is economic. It is economic. It is economic policy. It is economic. It is economic. It is economic policy that the Democrats are most valuable. Democrats. It is an economic. It is an economic policy that the Democrats are most valuable. Tourists are more valuable. Tourists are more valuable to attack because they do not know which areas of the city, which areas of the city to avoid. Tourists are more valuable. Tourists are more valuable to attack because they do not know which areas of the city to avoid. To know which areas of the city, which areas of the city to avoid of the city to avoid because they do not know which areas of the city because they do not know which areas because they do not know which areas because they do not know which areas of the city to avoid. Okay. Tourists are more valuable. Tourists are more valuable to attack. Tourists are more valuable to attack because they do not know which areas of the city to avoid. Okay, Democrat. Avoid people who can be easy. People who can be easily. Democrat. Violent. Democrat. A person who believes Democrats. Democrats. What's the meaning of Democrats? Democrats. A person who supports or believes the government by the people or their representatives. Person who believes. They believe in freedom and equality between people, or a system of government based on this belief, in which power is either held by a elected representative or directed by the people themselves. Oh. It's economic policy that the Democrats are most valuable. Economic policy that the Democrats are most valuable. People who can be easily physical or mentally hurt. People who can be easily physical. People who can be easily mentally hurt, influenced, or attacked. She called on all members. She called on all members to condemn this outrageous attack on the valuable. Outrage. Shack. Or unknown. More. Okay, let me see. More. Written to the standard of good, robust, fairness, honesty. That each person. It's the way of doing it. Yes. Yeah. That each person rather than okay, moral attack with value. She called other people to this and the value. She called on all members She called on all members. She called on all members. She called on all members. She called on all members to condemn this outrage attack on the vulnerable condemn this okay. She called all members. She called on 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 all members to counter. She called on all members to condemn. She called on all members to condemn. She called on all members to condemn this outrage attack on the She called on all members to condemn this outrage attack on the vulnerable. She called on all members. She called on all members to condemn this outrage. She called on all members. 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 She called on all members to condemn. She called on all members to condemn. 到了这里我参与一个兴趣。She called on all members. She called on all members. 一个电影参与。She called on all members to condemn this outrage attack on the vulnerable. Condemn this outrage. Condemn this outrage attack on the vulnerable. She called on all members. 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 She called on all members to. She called on all members to condemn this outrage attack on the vulnerable attack. She called. Let me see. She called on all members to condemn. She called on all members to condemn this outrage attack on the vulnerable. Attack on the vulnerable. Called rates on track. She called on all members. Called. Shock. Surprise. Shock. Call. She called on all members to. She called She called on all members to condemn. She called on all members to condemn this outrage. Attack on the vulnerable. Okay. She called on all members to condemn this outrageous attack on the vulnerable. Okay, let me say crap. Oh my god, jeez. Definite. It's so much. Now rude word for solid waste. Not soft, but not hard. Not soft. And Cajun, rude, solid. Okay, let me think. Oh no, rude word for solid waste or occasion when an animal or person produced solid waste. I stepped in a pile of crap. Okay, let me think. Okay. Deafness. One plus current.哎，我就现在3个小时读1页。3小時俺とかいい。Definite. Anything like that. That's it. That's how we do it. Yes. Definite. Democrat. Definite. Fixed. I guess. Definite.
You precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot army and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of people and robots, of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. Let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's going to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling the time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world's wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like, food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so, to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, that human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are sort of equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like Game of Thrones or The Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, you know, that's something that bored rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square. So the difference is in the square. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right? Your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody. Because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's basically only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblocking? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in retail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. And at some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French or you only spoke German or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects low marginal costs and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry, I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor, all said and done, $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move, and also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets, but that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing, and people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk. And then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founder's own capital. And it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that sort of can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it, and more capital on it, and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay. And for sure, there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game. They have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, as you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is sort of this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is sort of a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you would put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. So that was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and life. Hey, this is Nivi. You're listening to the Naval podcast. This is one giant megasode that collects every episode we've done on getting rich. All of it based on his tweet storm of how to get rich without getting lucky. I've collected them all here because we're going to switch topics to the new topic of happiness on the next episode. We've published one of these giant megasodes before, but this one's even bigger. It's about 3.5 hours long. It covers all the tweets from the How to Get Rich tweet storm, plus all the Q&A that we did after that, plus 10 minutes of bonus material at the very end that we've never released. The overall sound quality of this megasode improves a lot after the first hour. You can find a link to a clean transcript in the show notes, or if you go to the website nav.al. There's no .com at the end. I hope you enjoy. You probably know Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and ePinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life, people who want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory, the robot that's cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses. Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although that's probably a lower use of productivity of land than actually doing some commercial enterprise. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that can earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy fur coats or drive Ferraris or sail yachts or jet around the world in your Gulfstream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent, it is competitive. It's a positive-sum game, but there are competitive elements to it because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society, and to get the resources to do what you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. Money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits of other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to be is it's trying to be a reliable IOU from society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And we can transfer these IOUs around. So really money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that. They realize that, so they want to make money. But at the same time, many of them deep down believe that they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil and you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, which is a status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And then status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created. It's a positive sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. And for number three to move to number two has to move out of that slot. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge, but fundamentally, you play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is, on an evolutionary basis, like if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better predictor of survival than wealth is. You couldn't have wealth before the farming age, before farmers, because you couldn't store things. Hunter-gatherers carried everything on their backs. So hunter-gatherers lived entirely in status-based societies. Farmers started going to wealth-based societies, and the modern industrial economies are much more heavily wealth-based societies. But there's always a subtle competition going on between status and wealth. For example, when journalists attack rich people or attack the technology industry, they're really bidding for status. They're saying, no, the people are more important, and I, the journalist, represent the people, and therefore I am more important. The problem is that by playing these status games, to win at a status game, you have to put somebody else down. That's why you should avoid status games in your life, because they make you into an angry, combative person. You're always fighting to put other people down, to put yourself and the people that you like up. And they're always going to exist, there's no way around it. But just realize that most of the time, when you're trying to create wealth, you're actually getting attacked by someone else, and they're trying to look like a goody two-shoes, but really what they're doing is they're trying to up their own status at your expense. They're just playing a different game, and it's a worse game. It's a zero-sum game instead of a positive-sum game.
One thing you mentioned before the interview that stuck with me was the idea that you think everyone can become rich, and that perhaps some of the ways of getting rich or the idea of wealth is vilified by some people in other countries, say. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right? It's like rooted all the way back down to money's the root of all evil. People think that the bankers steal our money. And, it's somewhat true in that in a lot of the world, there's a lot of theft going on all the time. The history of the world, in some sense, is this predator-prey relationship between makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and then there are people who come along and take with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitical organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and giving something back, but there are a lot that are just taking. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money. It's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth. Otherwise, we would still be sitting around in caves, figuring out how to divide a piece of the firewood and, the occasional dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology. It got created from productivity. It got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And we can see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number two. If you're number one in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right? Your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft, as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's basically only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number two site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in e-tail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. And at some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. Okay. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. so many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French, or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English, just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's a really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects, because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific, because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry, I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor, all said and done, $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that, and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and or which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate, and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate, and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founder's own capital. And it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that sort of can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk-taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it and more capital on it and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game, they have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is sort of this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is sort of a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you would put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
Lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing? Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's basically throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room or, made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something, or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham basically said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what looks like his annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work with. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley. I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I basically won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal failing, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people in it sitting around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nivi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nivi and I for a meeting, like coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to basically respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career, and yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's the three focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least 2 or 3 at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how He was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school, and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk or a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer, the way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit. But at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance. You have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way. If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway, and you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate towards the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it. But also, you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission. And worst case, you get some ideas from them. And there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way. And it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they're often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game, and you're going to win a stupid prize, and it's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Epinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in the local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and Nextag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that, and he said what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time, you do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing, And then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, the Buddha is saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take two made-up estimates and you multiply them together and you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data, you don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal, against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who the How to Get Rich Tweet Storm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationship. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, "There are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you."
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole tweet storm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line. They have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be
Right.
entrepreneurial
Right.
in this company.
Practical.
And
Right.
the day you're
Right.
ready to go start your own next
Right.
thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never
Practical.
going to get in the
Right.
way of you starting a
Right.
company.
It's pushing towards
But
it,
this
yeah.
can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you are literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then, am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I sort of fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some kind of a sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky, because they found a hobby that'll make them fit.
To get rich and how you can't get rich. The first point was about how you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get rich renting out your time. You must own equity, a piece of a business, to gain your financial freedom.
This is probably one of the absolute most important points. People seem to think that you can create wealth and make money through work. And it's probably not going to work. There are many reasons for that, but the most basic is just that your inputs are very closely tied to your outputs. In almost any salaried job, even a one that's paying a lot per hour, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're still putting in the hours, and every hour you get paid. So what that means is when you're sleeping, you're not earning. When you're retired, you're not earning. When you're on vacation, you're not earning. And you can't earn non-linearly. If you look at even doctors who get rich, like really rich, it's because they open a business. They open like a private practice, and that private practice builds a brand, and that brand attracts people, or they build some kind of a medical device or a procedure or a process where they have intellectual property. So essentially, you're working for somebody else. And that person is taking on the risk and has the accountability and the intellectual property and the brand. So they're just not going to pay you enough. They're going to pay you the bare minimum that they have to get you to do the job. And that can be a high bare minimum, but it's still not going to be true wealth where you're retired. And then finally, you're actually just not even creating that much original for society. Like I said, this tweet storm should have been called How to Create Wealth. It's just How to Get Rich was a more catchy title. But you're not creating new things for society. You're just doing things over and over. And you're essentially replaceable because you're now doing a set role. Most set roles can be taught. If they can be taught, like in a school, then eventually you'll be competing with someone who's got more recent knowledge, who's been taught and is coming in to replace you. You're much more likely to be doing a job that can be eventually replaced by a robot or by an AI. And it doesn't even have to be wholesale replaced overnight. It can be replaced a little bit at a time, and that eats into your wealth creation and therefore your earning capability. So fundamentally, your inputs are matched to your outputs, you're replaceable, and you're not being creative. I just don't think that that is a way that you can truly make money. So everybody who really makes money at some point owns a piece of a product or a business or some kind of IP. That can be through stock options. So if you can be working at a tech company, that's a fine way to start. But usually the real wealth is created by starting your own companies or by, even investors, they're in an investment firm and they're buying equity. So these are much more the routes to wealth. It doesn't come to the hours. You really just want a job or a career or a profession where your inputs don't match your outputs. So if you look at modern society, and I'll get into this later in the tweet storm, businesses that have high creativity and high leverage tend to be ones where you could do an hour of work and it can have a huge effect, or you can do 1,000 hours of work and it can have no effect. For example, look at software engineering. One great engineer can, for example, create Bitcoin and create billions of dollars worth of value. An engineer who's working on the wrong thing or not quite as good or just not as creative or thoughtful or whatever can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming they're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are fairly connected, they're just using an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone, like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hands and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. Tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of a profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are two tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one was talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one said, people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyles just can't fathom. And I think that's very important, like just to not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. And it just gives you freedom of operation. Once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self, so that just the worry goes away. So don't run out to upgrade that house and lifestyle and all that stuff. Let's say you're getting paid $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday, which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed. And then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and say, hey, you know what? You just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps, separated over long periods of time, so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it wouldn't need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.B. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you and within your skill set, within your capabilities. And then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them. So everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, a computer in their pocket that had all the phone capabilities times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts as an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it. And so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people have it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broad. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day. PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks just on his news channel. It's not even on his entertainment channel. The internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is, because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I have that is worth weaving in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down because they're easy to remember and easy to hook on to. But that one was, escape competition through authenticity. So when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures, and Rene Girard has a whole mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate. Don't copy. Just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are to who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of job you should have, and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interest, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning. So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on. It was compounding, so it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is a very important force. So you have to be able to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at Prisoner's Dilemma type games, the solution to Prisoner's Dilemma is tit for tat, which is, I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me, with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated Prisoner's Dilemma. In other words, we play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off this that I don't care. So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people, and you have to figure out who can you trust and who can you trust over a long period of time, that you can just keep playing the game with them, so that compound interest and high trust will make it easier to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the US stock market, but the biggest reason he could do that is because the US stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the US didn't plunge into some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the US stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in the small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with and who you can't. If you keep switching locations, you keep switching groups. Let's say you started out in the woodworking industry and you built up a network there and you're working hard, you're trying to build a product in the woodworking industry. And then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. That might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old-timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politicians, like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you, rather than just try to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich, and in a short-term game, it seems like everybody's making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. In a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to excuse the socialists, right? The socialists are the people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want a slice or I want the whole pie. They show up with the guns. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done. And then things get divided up according to fairness and who contributed how much or as close to as possible and took risk as opposed to just whoever has the longest knife, the sharpest knife.
So these next two tweets are play iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah, when you've been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy that the friction goes down. You can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids and raising children. Like that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It went something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one. Yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the three-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart or they're heading in the wrong direction and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy but not that smart, so they work hard but they're running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative. It's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, trying to figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important because otherwise, if you got the other two, what you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out if the person's high integrity, and as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals, and signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. That was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has become intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know this socially. If someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in their life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else recently, so I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You'll always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things, because ego can be undeserved. But self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of
Okay.
ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to really see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful, critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come up with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing what's not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just that he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are walking through a jungle, they hear a tiger, one's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, that's a big deal. You lost a few $1 billion of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, and the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country. I actually think the economic opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health, and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital, all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this that he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And where exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee at his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited, the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors needed for that. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity. And the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into.
Negative crap. A rude word. Crap, send waste, concept. On occasion, when an animal or person produces sand waste, a rude word. Crap. Crap. Oh. Crap. Where's crap? Crap. A rude word. Not useful, not palate, offensive, or embarrass, offensive, but the word rude. Rude. It's rude. Another word, or salad, Another word for sandwich. Another word for sandwich. or uncasing one animal, or uncasing unit, especially uncasing one animal or person produce. Or uncasing one animal or person produces solid waste, a step in a pile of crap. To have a crap. Bad quality, a rude word for something that is not worth anything, not useful, nonsense, or bad quality, or rude. I can't believe she's trying to pass its crap as art. I've only read one well by him, and it was a note of crap. A real word for something that is nothing, that is worth bad quality. Crap. I stepped in a pile of crap. Amount pile. Object to position the one on top of another, a pile of book. Pile. What meaning is this? Pile. Object to position one on top of another. A pile of crap. I stepped in your crap. I stepped. Crap. I stepped in a pile of crap. Solid waste. I have to have a crap. To have a crap. A rude word, not pause. A rude word for solid waste, or uncasing when an animal or person produces solid waste. Bad quality. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. Not useful. Nonsense, or bad quality. I can't believe she's trying to pass this crap as art. I've only read one novel by him, and it was a load of crap. Pass. Quality nonsense. An idea, something said or written or behavior that is silly or stupid. That's it. Idea, something said or written or behavior that is silly or stupid. Nonsense. Or idea, something says or written or behavior that is silly. Okay. A rude word for something that is not what. That rude word. A rude word for something. A rude word. Not polite. Not polite. Offensive. Or embarrassed. Offensive or embarrassed. And not useful. That bad quality, a rude word for something that is not worth anything. A useful nonsense of bad quality. Nonsense idle or something said or written or behavior that is silly or stupid. Nonsense. A behavior that is silly or stupid. The report is nonsense and nothing but a waste. A waste of a paper. Report is nonsense and nothing but a waste of paper. Waste of paper. Waste. 怎么理解这个 ？Report is a nonsense. And nothing but is a waste of paper. Report is nonsense. And nothing a waste of paper. Nothing but a waste of paper. Nonsense. Quality. It can be investigated trying to pass. That is Yes. A rude word for something that is not worth anything, a useful nonsense or bad quality. It can be used in trying to pass. Can you trying to pass? Nonsense. Pass. Go past something or someone or no in a relation to it, him or her. Dice. A game played with dice. Dice for money. A game played with dice. Game. A game played with dice for money. A game played with dice for money. I had a wonderful game, winning him mahjong and lose at crap and lose crap. I had one and winning at craps. What name is this? And crab and look at crabs. Game. A game played with dice for money advantage. 曾经 advantage 但是advantage 就是对应的，如果是被注定，如果是好的意思，如果是advantage 20秒，才会好起来。advantage ，a condition giving a greater， 所以我好像是这样。A condition giving a greater chance of success. The advantage of book tickets. Advance. Move forward, to go or move something forward, to go or move something forward, or to develop or improve something, to go or move something forward, or to develop or improve something. The fire advanced steadily through the forest. Move forward, to go or move something forward, or to develop or improve something. Advance. Move forward, to go or move something forward. 第二遍，今年科学训练小学习密度最小的。To go or move something forward, or to develop or improve something. The fire advance.所以我觉得其实是不清楚的说法，应该是说创造价值。我们创造价值，就是创造一切。但是一个感觉，但这是事实的。如果是这样，会限制的事情。I can't believe she's trying to pass this crap as art. No. Go to or move something forward, or to move to improve something. Okay. Move forward. The advantage a condition giving a great chance successful. Advantage. A condition giving a great chance of a condition giving a greater chance of successful. 今天是业务，把业务做好，把事情做。The advantage of booking tickets in advance is that you getting better seats. To is that you getting better stats. Getting better stats. Advance. 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 In advance is that you get better stats. Better stats. Sets. Verge. Piece of verge or terminal between plane that has been designed for everyone. Set. For set. Better set. Better set. Set. Better sets. Sets. Set. Sets. Yeah. Set. Is seat.
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 Sit.
Sit. Seat.
Seat.
Seat. Seat. Sit. Seat. Seats. Seat.
Seat.
Seat. Sit.
Seat.
Sit.
Sit.
Seat.
Seat.
Seat. Sit. Okay. Get a better seat. Seat.
Seat.
Seat. Seats. Seats. Despite the twin advantage. Despite the twin advantage. Despite the advantage, one advantage of something. Despite the twin. Despite without taking any loads or being influenced by, not prevented by
Twin.
Of wealth and beauty. The advance of booking tickets in advances is that you get better seats. Despite the twin. Despite the twin advantage. Despite the advantage twin of wealth and beauty, she did not have a beauty. She despite the twin advantages of wealth and beauty, she did not have a happy life. It would be to your advantage. It would improve the situation for you to agree to his demand. Demands to ask for something forceful. To ask for something. It would be to your advantage to agree to his demands. Her background in financial background as a financial officer gives her advantage in dealing with the public budget. Let me see. Plans.
Hello everyone, my name is Taylor Rooks and I am so happy to be here today for what I know will be another enlightening and important discussion. Welcome to LG Transparent Conversations, the traveling podcast series powered by LG Electronics USA that brings crucial conversations about student-athlete mental health directly to campuses and beyond. And for our next episode, our third episode of season 2, we are talking about mind and body, the mind connection between mental and physical health. And this episode delves into the critical connection between one's mindset and physical health, sharing firsthand experience with how having a positive mental outlook impacts healing and recovery, and how student athletes can support themselves during both physically and mentally challenging times. And joining me to discuss this is an amazing panel. We have Dr. Lee Dorpfeld, Assistant Director of Athletic Medicine at the University of South Florida and Director of Sports Psychology at USF. We also have Steve Walls, Associate Athletics Director, Director of Sports Medicine Football, Men's Golf at the University of South Florida. And we have
Welcome
the
into the
lovely
Q&A segment of Transparent
USF
Conversations
Women's Golf
powered by
Senior
LG.
2023
I'm Taylor Rooks, and today's topic is mind and body, the connection between mental and physical health. I am so thrilled to be joined today by our panelists, Dr. Lee Dorpfeld, Steve Walls, and Melanie Green. So let's get to it.
LG USA.
Welcome to LG Transparent Conversations, the traveling podcast series powered by LG Electronics USA that brings crucial conversations about student-athlete mental health directly to campuses and beyond. I'm Taylor Rooks, and today's topic is building towards balance in society.
LG. That. Demand, request, to ask for something first, to ask for something forceful in a way that shows that you do not expect to be refused. Okay, request, to ask for something forceful in a way that shows that you do not expect to be refused. I demanded explanation. I demanded explanation. The unison is demanding a 7% rate this year. He has always demanded the highest standards behavior from his children. I demanded an explanation. Demanded demanded argued to demanded to ask her something forcefully in a way that shows that you do not expect her to be refused. Okay, it would be to your advantage. Demand financial offer financial advice.
Financial.
Related to money, or how money is relating to money, or how money is management. Financial offers give her an advantage in dealing with the public budget. Financial. Budget. A plan to show how much money a person or organization will earn and how much they will need or be able to spend. The firm has drawn a budget for the coming fiscal year. The amount of money you have available to spend. The amount of money you have available to spend. And financial budget. Okay, but a plan to show how much money a person or organization will earn and how much they will need or be able to spend. The firm had drawn up a budget for the coming fiscal year. How much money a person or organization will earn and how much time? Budget. A plan to show how much money a person or organization will earn. How much money a person will earn and how much will earn and how much they will need or be able to spend. Okay, yeah, that's budget. Public with a budget. Her background. Background as offers give her advantage condition given great chance. Give her an advantage in dealing with public budgets. He had and to with a big advantage over the other boxer. His height and reach gave him a big over other boxer. What's the meaning of this? Boxer. Stop. Boxer.
GCA All-American Honorable Mention and 2023.
I am not an investment advisor. All opinions are mine alone. There are risks involved in placing any investment in securities, or in Bitcoin, or in cryptocurrencies, or in anything. None of the information presented today, or really any time, since you might be listening to this anytime, is intended to form the basis for any offer or recommendation or have any regard to the investment objectives, financial situation, or needs of any specific person. That includes you, my dear listener. So, everything you're going to hear is for informational, entertainment purposes only. And with that said, please enjoy. Hello, boys and girls, ladies and germs, lemurs and squirrels. How goes it? I hope you are all well. This is Tim Ferriss. Welcome to another episode of The Tim Ferriss Show. My guests today are Naval Ravikant and Chris Dixon. Naval Ravikant is one of the most popular guests on this podcast, and for good reason. You can find my first episode with him at tim.blog/Naval, Naval. It was nominated for Podcast of the Year when it first came out. But let's get to the bio. Naval, at Naval on Twitter, is the co-founder and chairman of AngelList. He is an angel investor and has invested in more than 100 companies, including many mega successes, such as Twitter, Uber, Notion, OpenDoor, Postmates, and Wish, many more. You can subscribe to Naval, his podcast on wealth and happiness, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Overcast, or wherever you get your podcasts. You can also find his blog at nav.al.
Booking tickets.
And I will leave Naval's intro at that. We have done quite a few interviews together in the past with Nick Szabo and also with Ethereum creator Vitalik Buterin. Chris Dixon, on Twitter at CDixon, is a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz, where for the past 6 years he has been an active seed and venture stage investor. Previously, Chris co-founded and served as the CEO of two startups, Site Advisor and Hunch. Site Advisor was an internet security company that warned web users of security threats. The company was acquired by McAfee in 2006. Hunch was a recommendation technology company that was acquired by eBay in 2011. Chris has been a prolific seed investor, and that is the right adjective, prolific seed investor, co-founding founder Collective, a seed venture fund, and making a number of personal angel investments in various technology companies.
Boxer, sports, boxer, height, his height and reach gave him a big advantage over other boxers. Boxer have advantage. He has the advantage of being able to work because he lives so close by. Do you know how old I am? Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid. Boxers. He had advantage. A condition giving a great chance. A condition giving a great chance of success. Okay. Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have the advantage. I'm afraid you have the advantage of me there. You know the answer. but I do not. I'm afraid you have the advantage. Me there. You know the answer. 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 Percent. I wrote a word for sandwich case. Well, I'm afraid you have an advantage. Me there. Goalkeeper. Goalkeeper. The player who stands. The player who stands in the team's goal to try to stop the other team from scoring. The player who stands in the team's goal to try to stop the other team's first line. Okay. Seeing the needs.星期天这个东西，没有做这个。Payments take tokens. Token. 这个。 face. Goalkeeper, the player who stands in the team stands in the team goal to the team influences standing goal team to try to stop the other team. I'm sorry for this. For scoring. What meaning is goalkeeper? Goalkeeper, the player who stands in the team goal. Oh, stage. Team goal. Goal. Who stands in the goal. The player who stands in the team goal to try to stop the other team from scoring. Goalkeeper. For a goalkeeper, it's a great advantage to have big hands. Take advantage of something to use the good things in a situation. I thought I'd take advantage of sports facilities. The building facilities. The building equipment and services provided for a particular purpose. The building equipment and services provided for a particular purpose. Facilities. Goalkeeper. The building equipment sources for a particular purpose. Major fun. Okay, sports facilities one here. Take advantage of some tweet. To behave toward someone or dealing with something in a particular way. My parents treated us all. My parents treated dealing with to behave toward someone. My parents treated us all the same. To behave toward someone. To behave toward someone or dealing with something in a particular way. Nature. Look at nature. Life. All the animals, plants, rockies in the world and all are the first and process that happen or exist independently of people such as the weather, they say, mountain, the production of young animals or plants, and growth and growth. Her love of nature. This new technique of artificially growing cells copies what actually happens in nature. Article. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. Nature. Okay, of his good nature. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. I think to treat someone badly in order to. I think she's advantage of. I think she takes advantage. To treat someone badly in order to get something good from him. To treat someone badly in order to treat someone badly in order to getting something good from the not do something fruit. Take advance or something. To treat someone badly. In order to do something badly, in order to get something good from them. What mean was this? To someone badly. I don't understand that. To do something badly. To treat someone badly in order to do something badly. In order to get something good from them. To someone bad in order to get something good from them. Get something. In order to get something good. Get something good from them. I think she takes advantage of good nature. I think she takes advantage, or think she take advantage, or think she take advantage of something. I think she takes advantage. He takes advantage of his good nature. His good nature. 10 years. 4年中之前 The word used in tennis when tennis when the player player tennis when they play. Crap. Tennis. A game played between two or four. Tennis. A game played between two or four people on a special playing area that involves hitting a small ball across a central net. Use a racket. A central net. Use a racket. A game played between two or four people on a special playing area that involves hitting a small ball across a central net. Use a racket. A game played between two or four people in a special playing area that involves hitting a small
Tennis.
The word used in tennis when a player has won the point after deuce. Deuce. Advantage well. So deuce.
Soccer.
Yeah.
Soccer.
A game played between two teams of 9 people, where each team tries to win by kicking a ball into the other team's goal. The word used in tennis when a player has won the point after deuce. Advantage miss. Well used. In games such as soccer, if a referee judge.
Referee.
Okay. If a referee played a sport such as football, soccer, basketball, A person who is making certain that is rules. Referee. If a referee played advantage, they do not stop the game when there's the foul. For extremely unpleasant.
Foul.
Those bottles are smell foul. When there's a foul because they're not by playing or team. It's foul. Player can you give an advantage to the team that has been fouled. The ref The ref should have played advantage because Rooney would have been through on goal. The ref should have played advantage. Have played advantage because Rooney would have been through. Will be ref. Go sports. The point score in some sports such as football, soccer, the hockey, when a player gets into the aim or purpose, aim equals qualifications. Rolling on goal. Qualification. Official record showing that you have finished a training course will have the necessary nature. Qualification are important for training board. Okay, let's go. Qualification training official record showing that you have finished the training course or training course or have the necessary skill. Qualification. Official record showing that you have finished the training course or have the necessary skills or have the necessary skills. Okay. Qualification. 正确还是正确？这个会把它送出去。没错。2、3、4、7天。 现在机器上这次机器微音不一定学习整齐婚姻是有意义的，婚姻不是靠命。你知道婚姻你感情就是看convex. Official recording showing that you have finished a training course, or have the necessary skill, or have the necessary skills, An official record showing that you have finished a training course or have the necessary skills. You'll never get a good job if you don't have any qualifications. Do you have any teaching, medical, secretarial, academic qualifications, practical qualifications are important, but practical meaning is qualifications are important, but practical goal. Qualification is important, but practical. Radical. Experience. Relating to experience. Real situation or action rather than idea. Or action rather than idea. Or action rather than idea or imagination. Rather than small amount quite to that rather than large rather than idea. Action rather than idea or imagine. Practical. The advantage of the plan is its simplicity. Okay. Simplicity, or the advantage of the play is simplicity. Advantage of the play is its simplicity. She had a decided advantage over her opponent. Easy. Simplicity. The fact that something is easy to understand or do. The fact that something is easy to understand or do. The fact that something is easy to understand or do. The advantage of the plan is its simplicity. The test was simplicity itself. Very easy. Simplicity. The fact that something is easy to understand or do. The advantage of a plan is its simplicity. The advantage in game center circle. The advantage of the plan is simplicity. She had a decided advantage over her opponent. Opponent. She had a decided advantage over her opponent. A person who disagrees with something and speaks against it or tries to change it. A person who disagrees with something and speaking against trying to change it. Opponent. A person who disagree with something and speaking against it or tries to change it. A political opponent. Broadbander. Broadband. A system that makes it possible for many possible for many messages large amounts of information to be sent at the same time and more quickly between computers or other electronic devices. Broadband. Broadband or system that makes it possible for many messages or large amount of information to be sent at the same time. Internet connected traveling, going through or stopping at a place or on the way to another place. Going through or stop at a place on the way to another place. Going through or stopping at a place on the way to another place. The noun to traveling via. Okay, crap. A rude word for solid waste or a cage. Crap. Crab. Crab. Sideways, over the word, over the word, over the word. Okay. Crab. 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 Over the word. Not high. Over the word. For sound. Every word. For sound. Every word. For sound. Every word for silent is war and cage, war and a cage, war and a cage, war and a caging when an animal or person produces silent. A real word for silent, a real word for silent is a real word. A real word for silent. A real word for silent. A real word for silent is. A real word for silent is. Okay. A real word for silent is war and caging when an animal or person produces silent is. A real word for silent is. A real word for silent is. A real word for silent is war and caging when an animal or person produces silent is. Trap. A real word for silent is. A real word for silent is. A real word for silent. A real word for silent is war and caging when an animal or person produces silent is. War and caging when an animal or person produces silent is. War and caging when an animal. War and caging when an animal. War and caging when an animal. War person produces. War person produces silent is. War person produces silent is. War person produces silent is. War and caging when an animal. Person produces. War and caging when an animal or person produces silent is. War and caging when an animal or person produces silent is. I stepped in a pile of crap. I stepped in a pile of crap. I stepped in a pile of crap. To have a crap. Doesn't serious. Pile. Power crab. I slept in a pile. I slept in a pile of crab. I slept in to have a crab. I slept in a pile of crab. Pile. Object position one on top of another. Or objects positioned one on top of another. Objects positioned one on top of another. One on top of another. Objects positioned one on top of another. Objects positioned one on top of another. A pile of books. A pile of dirty clothes. Objects positioned one on top of another. Objects positioned one on top of another. A rude. Bad quality. A rude word for something. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. Like it's not useful. Nonsense. Word of bad quality. Word of bad quality. Okay, a rude word for something. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. That is not worth anything. Not useful. Nonsense. Word of bad quality. Okay, bad quality. A rude word for something. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. A rude word for something. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. That is not worth anything. That is not a rude word. A rude word for something. A rude word for something. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. A rude word for something. A rude word for something. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. Not useful. Nonsense. Or a bad nonsense. Nonsense. Nature. What do you mean with this? Crap. Either something is said or right, or behavior that is silly or stupid. Okay, unuseful dances or of bad quality or of bad quality. A rude word for something. A rude word for something. A rude word for something that is not worth anything. A rude for something. A I wrote a word for something. 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 I wrote a word for something that is not worth anything. That is not worth anything. I wrote a word for something. I wrote a word for something. I wrote a word for something that is not worth anything. I wrote a word for something that. I wrote a word for something that is not worth anything. Useful lenses. Not useful lenses. Were a bad quality. Were a bad quality. I wrote a word for something that is not. I wrote a word for something that is not. That is not. I wrote words. I wrote a word for something. I wrote a word for something. I wrote a word for something that is not. That is not. I wrote a word for something. I wrote a word for something that is not worth something. Not useful nonsense. Where are they? Where are they? Opportunity. Where are they? Where are they? Bad quality. Not useful nonsense. Where are bad quality? I wrote a word for something. I wrote a word for something that is not. I wrote a word for something that is not. That is not worth anything. Not useful. Nonsense. Were of bad quality. Were of bad quality. I wrote a word. Crap. I wrote a word for something that is not worth anything. Not useful. Nonsense. Or a bad quality. I can't believe this. I can't believe she's trying to pass for this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to pass this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to. I can't believe she's trying to pass off. I can't believe she's trying to pass off this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying. I can't believe she's trying to pass up. I can't believe she's trying. I can't believe she's trying. I can't believe she's trying to pass. I can't believe she's. I can't believe she's trying to. I can't believe she's trying. I can't believe she's trying. I can't believe she's trying to pass. I can't believe she's trying to pass. I can't believe she's trying. I can't believe she's trying to pass off this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to pass off this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to. I can't believe she's trying to pass off. I can't believe she's trying to pass off this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to off. I can't believe she's trying to off. I can't believe she's trying to off. I can't believe she's trying to off and this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to this crap. I can't believe she's trying to pass off this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to. I can't believe she's trying to. Pass out this crap as art. I can't believe she's trying to pass off. I can't believe she's trying to pass off this crap as art. I've only read one novel. Oh. Pass. I'll pass. Go past.我得想办法推动这个影片。novel. I've only read one novel. I've only read one novel by him. I've only read one novel by him, and it was a note of crap, and it was a note of crap. I've only said not soft and not hard. I've only one up by him. Load of crap and I've only read one novel by him, and it was a note of crap, and it was a note of crap. I've only read one. I've only read one novel, and by him. I've only read one novel. I've only read one novel by him, and it was a note of crap. And it was a note of crap. I've only read one novel. I've only read one novel by him, and it was a note by crap. Update operation, the one on top of another. Objects 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 operation, the one on top of another. 是无水之源，是无源之水。送的东西往往都是无源之水。A game played with dice. A game played with dice. A game played with dice for money. A game played with dice for money. A game plays. 为什么我当时就是为什么他就是说并没有成长，明白吗？没有成长。到从真的好，身体没有，现在那样子。 A game played with dice. A game played with dice. A game played with dice for money. A game played with dice for money. A game played with dice for money. Dice. A game played with dice for money. I had a wonderful one. Winning at mahjong, and lose at craps. I had a wonderful evening. Winning at. Okay. I had a wonderful evening. Winning at mahjong and lose at craps. Okay, I had a wonderful evening. Winning at mahjong and lose it craps. Lose at craps and losing at crap and lose at lose at craps at mahjong and lose at craps that crap and lose at craps advantage or condition giving or condition advantage a condition giving a great chance of success. A condition giving a greater chance of success. A condition giving a greater chance of success. The advantage of booking tickets. The advantage of booking tickets in advance. Move forward. The advantage of booking in advance that you get a better seat. Seats. The advantage of booking tickets. The advantage of booking tickets in advance is that you get better seats. The advantage of booking tickets. The advantage of booking tickets in advance is that you get better seats. In advance. The advantage of booking seats. The advantage of booking tickets. The advantage of booking tickets and tickets advance is that you get better seats. The advantage of booking tickets and booking tickets. The advantage of booking the advantage of booking tickets in advance is that you get better seats. The advantage of booking the advantage of booking tickets. The advantage of booking tickets in advance is that you get better seats. The advantage of booking tickets. The advantage of booking tickets. The advantage of booking tickets in advance is that in advance is that you get better. Seats. The advantage OK 进步票get a better seats. Is that you getting better seats despite the despite the advantage despite the advantages despite the twin advantages 想程式一个想程3个推面因素一个想程式就需要3个推面因素天使你就认可我认识很多人都是这样说advantage 美国好的就很不错美国Despite the twin advantages of wealth and beauty, she did not have a happy life. She did not have a happy life. She did not have a happy life of wealth and beauty. Despite the twin advantages of wealth and beauty, she did not have a happy life. Despite the twin advantages of wealth and beauty, despite the twin Despite the twin advantage, despite the twin advantage, despite the twin advantage, despite the twin advantage. Okay, despite the twin advantages of wealth and building, she did not have a happy life. She did not have happy life despite all the somewhere else. Despite twin. Without taking any notice, despite taking without taking any notice, without taking any notice of or being influenced by, not prevented by. Stop doing something, or stop or do something. Okay, without taking notice, or being influenced by, not prevented by. I still enjoy the way. I still enjoy the way, but despite the weather. So it would have advantage of the lunch lessons. It would okay. Maybe there would be your advantage. It would be to your advantage. It would improve. To calculate to the demand request. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to this. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to his English. Okay. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to his demands. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to his demands. It would be to your advantage. 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 It would be to your advantage to upgrade to his demands. To upgrade to his demands. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to his man and to his demand. It would improve. It would improve the situation for you. It would improve the situation for you. For situation for you. It would improve the situation for you. It would be to your advantage. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to his demands. It would be to your advantage to upgrade to his demands. demands. It would improve the situation for you. It would be to your advantage to agree to his demands. It would be to your advantage to agree to his demands. 语言最大的困难是，这不是最大的困难是。要出有两大困难，要出国留学，一个是语言，一个是经济。出国有两大，语言，另一个是出国其实英语两个核心语言经济，搞定语言经济。语言经济，搞定语言和英语经济，就这个。想做的事情。Her back， 所以那就是真的可能就会挺好，但是从国内的角度来讲，真的是有点好，所以我们会大打折扣，就是我们会大打折扣。Her background as a financial officer gave her a background as a financial officer. Financial. Her background as a financial officer gives her an advantage to give her an advantage. Give her an advantage in dealing with public budgets. What do you mean of this budgets? Oh, I know. Planning to sell 反就是这个一点加速。The background as a financial officer gave her background as a financial officer gives her background as a financial officer gives her advantage in dealing with public budget. In dealing with public budgets. Her background as a financial officer. Her background as a financial officer. Her background as a financial officer gave her an advantage to dealing with public budgets. In dealing with, gives her an advantage. Her background as a financial officer. Her background as a financial officer. Her background as a financial officer. Her background as a financial officer gives her an advantage in dealing with the public budgets. Her background as a financial officer gives her advantage in dealing with the public budgets. Yeah, right. Her hat and reach give somebody an advantage over somebody. Give somebody an advantage over somebody. Give somebody an advantage over somebody. His height and reach give him his height and reach give him a big advantage over other boxers. His height and reach give him a big advantage over other boxers. His height and reach give him a big advantage over other boxers. His height and reach give him a big advantage. His height and reach give him a big advantage over other boxers. His height and reach give him a big advantage over other boxers. His height and reach give him a big advantage. A big financial note crack in a pipe. Okay, as a financial, His height and reach gave him a big advantage over other bucks. His height and reach gave his height and reach okay. His height and reach gave him a big advantage over other boxers. Make him better than. His height and reach. His height and reach gave him a big advantage over other boxers. His height and reach gave him a big advantage over other boxers. Have the advantage of somebody. He has the advantage.除非那个女的对他。He has the advantage of being able to walk to work because he lives so close by. He has the advantage of being able to walk to work. He has the advantage. Of being able to walk to work. Because he lives so close by. He has the advantage of being. He has the advantage of being able to walk to work. Has been work because he lives so close by. He has the advantage of being able to walk to work because he lives close by. Because he lives so close by. He has the advantage being able He has the advantage. He had the advantage. He had the advantage. He had the advantage. He had the advantage of being he had the advantage. 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 He had the advantage of being able to walk to work. Being up to work. After work. Being up to work. Of being able to walk to work because he lives so close by. Lives. Budget boxer. Okay. Oh my god. Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have. Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have the advantage of me there. You know the answer, but I don't. But I do not. You know the answer, but I do not. You know the answer, but I do not. You know the answer, but I do not. I'm afraid you have the advantage of me there. Do you know how old I am? Do you know how old I am? Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have the advantage of somebody. I'm afraid you have the advantage of me there. I'm afraid you have the advantage of me there. Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have the advantage of me there. You know the answer, but I do not. You know the answer. You know the answer. You know the answer, but I do not. Not. Okay. For me. Do you know how old I am? Boxer. Because he lives. Because he lives so bad. Lives. Because he lives. Because he lives so close by. Do you know how old I am? Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have the. Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have the. Do you know how old I am? Do you know how old I am? I'm afraid you have the. You have the advantage of me there. You know the answer, but I do not. You know the answer, but I do not. For a goalkeeper, it's a great advantage to have a big hand. For a goalkeeper, it's a great advantage to have big. It's a great advantage it's a great advantage to have big hands. For a goalkeeper, for a goalkeeper, okay. For a goalkeeper, it's a goalkeeper. It's a great advantage. It's a great advantage. It's a great advantage to have big hands. For a goalkeeper, it's a great advantage to have big hands. For a goalkeeper, it's a great advantage to have big hands. Yeah, I'm right. Advantage of big hands. Okay. Let me see. It's global. 통찰. 무슨 일이지? 우린 멈춰도 나왔어.
Chris started programming as a kid and was a professional programmer after college at the high-speed options trading firm Arbitrade. He has a BA and MA in philosophy from Columbia and an MBA from Harvard. He has written about his theories and experiences as an entrepreneur and investor on Medium, and before that at cdixon.org. Many of his predictions have come true. A lot of what he's written about has ended up being prescient, and we will dig into that. His A16Z, that is Andreessen Horowitz with the number of letters between the first and last. A16Z podcast appearances can be found at a16z.com/author/Chris-Dixon. And once again, you can find him on Twitter at @cdixon. This episode is brought to you by Theragun. I have 2 Theraguns, and they're worth their weight in gold. I've been using them every single day. Whether you're an elite athlete or just a regular person trying to get through your day, muscle pain and muscle tension are real things. That's why I use the Theragun. I use it at night, I use it after workouts. It is a handheld percussive therapy device that releases your deepest muscle tension. So for instance, at night, I might use it on the bottom of my feet. It's helped with my plantar fasciitis. I will have my girlfriend use it up and down the middle of my back, and I'll use it on her. It's an easy way for us to actually trade massages, in effect, and you can think of it, in fact, as massage reinvented on some level. Helps with performance, helps with recovery, helps with just getting your back to feel better before bed after you've been sitting for way too many hours. I love this thing. And the all-new Gen 4 Theragun has a proprietary brushless motor that is surprisingly quiet. It's easy to use, and about as quiet as an electric toothbrush. It's pretty astonishing. You really have to feel the Theragun's signature power, amplitude, and effectiveness to believe it. It's one of my favorite gadgets in my house at this point. So, I encourage you to check it out. Try Theragun. That's Thera, Theragun. There's no substitute for the Gen 4 Theragun with an OLED screen, that's OLED for those wondering, that's organic light emitting diode screen, personalized Theragun app, and an incredible combination of quiet and power. And the Gen 4 Theraguns start at just $199. I said I have two. I have the Prime, and I also have the Pro, which is like the super Cadillac version. My girlfriend loves the soft attachments on that. So try Theragun for 30 days starting at only $199. Go to therabody.com/Tim right now and get your Gen 4 Theragun today. One more time, that's therabody.com/Tim, THERABODY.com/Tim. This episode is brought to you by Tonal. Imagine having an entire gym's worth of equipment in a device smaller than a flat screen TV. Something that could fit potentially even in a closet. Fits in my closet. By eliminating traditional weights, Tonal can deliver 200 pounds of resistance with a sleek design that can fit nearly anywhere. It's like having an entire gym and personal trainer right in your home. Tonal's patented digital weight system senses your strength and adjusts the weight automatically in real time so you can get the most out of every workout. I have a number of friends, including competitive athletes, who have doubled their strength in a short order in a lot of exercises. And part of the reason that's possible is it uses a revolutionary system of dynamic resistance powered by electric motors for strength you can feel. You can also do things like eccentrics. Over time, Tonal learns from your body and automatically increases the weight exactly when you can handle it. Tonal also uses 17 sensors to provide real-time feedback on your form and technique, allowing you to get the most effective workout every time. It's a strength training machine with adjustable arms that provides more than 170 exercises for a full body workout. And that can include squats, deadlifts, bench presses, overhead pulls, bicep curls, and more. So check it out. Try Tonal, the smartest home gym for 30 days in your home. Tonal is so confident that you'll love it, they offer a full money-back guarantee. You can now get Tonal from $63 per month at 0% interest over 48 months. Visit www.tonal, that's TONAL.com, and for a limited time, get $100 off when you use promo code TIM100 at checkout. That's www.tonal.com, promo code TIM100, TIM100. Tonal, be your strongest.
At this altitude, I can run flat out for a half mile before my hands start shaking. Can I answer your personal question?
Now we'll see my birthday.
I'm a cybernetic organism, living tissue over metal endoskeleton.
Chris and Naval, welcome to the show. And Chris, we're going to start with you. And then
Awesome.
I figured we could begin with something perhaps that most people would consider non-technical, and that is philosophy. So I would like to hear first if you could explain why the interest in philosophy, and then I would love for you to tie in your conversations or specific conversations involving advice with Daniel Dennett, and maybe give some context for who that is.
So back in college, I was sort of interested in computers my whole life, and I read this book, Gödel Escherbach, which was sort of a mind-blowing book at the time, and it's all about kind of the connection between computer science and music and philosophy and things like this. And so when I got to college, I said, I started taking some philosophy classes and really kind of went down the rabbit hole of philosophy, and actually was at one point in a PhD program until I dropped out. I was very interested in what's known as analytic philosophy, so language, mind, logic, the foundations of mathematics. It's still an area I'm interested in, sort of the history of ideas, I'd say. The history of science, the history of mathematics, how it happens. I by no means consider myself a philosophy expert, and I haven't read that much over the years, but I have, for example, a couple of years ago, I went and did this whole really big deep dive into the history of logic and computer science, and actually ended up writing this article for The Atlantic about it. And kind of my argument was, which is still kind of my main area of interest, is this idea that you could have a group of people working on something. There was this great quote I started the essay with. There's this computer scientist who said, if you went in 1905 and tried to find the least practical area of philosophy or any academic field you could, it would be this set of logicians like Bertrand Russell and Kurt Gödel and a bunch of other people like that who were doing these really, really esoteric logical things. But it turned out that was literally the direct lineage of Alan Turing and von Neumann and all the great papers that came out in the 30s, and then that culminated in World War II. So literally, the history of computing came from just kind of crazy group of like 10 people in 1905. And so it was that kind of stuff that I was into, reading about that kind of stuff. And the fun thing with philosophy is you can say, hey, this semester I'm going to do science, and this semester I'm going to do math. So it's really just a little bit dilettantish or something. Like it's just sort of a fun excuse to go read a lot of smart people. But yeah, and then at one point, this is a guy named Daniel Dennett, who's sort of one of my heroes, who's written a lot of great philosophy books, kind of popular philosophy books I highly recommend. And I had the opportunity to talk to him, and that was the point at which I was thinking about quitting and doing what I do now, basically startups. And he said to me, he said, look, if you think you're going to be like a great philosopher and that's all you can ever do, you should do it. Otherwise, I would quit immediately and go do something else. I just knew like I was going to be a mediocre philosopher working on footnotes. So basically, in these kinds of academic fields, there's like 5 people that matter every century, and then everyone else is sort of doing, footnote cleanup. The other thing, me and my friends had this idea that look, the best philosophy paper at the end of the PhD, you write a dissertation. We came to the conclusion that the best dissertation would be 2 pages long and have no footnotes. And that was just completely unacceptable in modern academia. So we were like, there's no way that we can do what we actually consider to be a great, because, truly great philosophy, just a brand new idea, a brand new set of ideas. Not that I have them, I'm not claiming I'm a great philosopher, but if the goal was fundamentally inconsistent with the nature of the program, it was probably not practical for me.
I don't want to say I'm going to push back a little bit, but interest in philosophy, deep interest in philosophy, and it could be coincidental, seems to be a pattern across quite a few currently adept entrepreneurs and investors in the tech space. Reid Hoffman comes to mind. Obviously, Naval is a deep reader and considerer of different philosophies. And just to build on your dissertation comment, and we don't have to spend a whole lot of time here because I still want to do a little bit of background. Yeah. But for those who don't have firsthand exposure to Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper, how long is that?
It's like 7 pages. I think I have it on my wall. Actually, in my other office, I have it on the wall, and it literally fits on a poster. So I believe the PDF, depends on the format. You can get them in like printed Bible-like formats, or you can get them, get them as a PDF. I think the PDF 7 pages. Yeah, no, it's very short. It's very short, and actually, probably 2/3 of it is implementation details. The core ideas are probably a couple of paragraphs. Similar to the Bible, there was a whole long period of forum posts and other kinds of things fleshing it out, and then the actual code. The concept of a blockchain is, I think, one of the beautiful computing primitives. That a lot of those beautiful, simple things is relatively simple at its core.
I'd like to revisit the logicians for a second, so Bertrand Russell and these others. So the significance of that was largely missed at the time. I mean, of course it was. Hindsight 2020. But I'd like to maybe use that as a segue to something you wrote in 2013 in a blog post titled, I think this is the title of the blog post, What the Smartest People Do, it might just be a quote from the blog post, what the smartest people do on the weekend is what everyone else will do during the week in 10 years. And among the tech hobbies with momentum, you included, quote, math-based currencies like Bitcoin, end quote. That's 2013. So I'd like to ask 2 questions. Number one is, and there were other examples that seemed now to be quite prescient. How did you identify math-based currencies like Bitcoin to fit into the category of what smart people are doing on the weekend? And then are there any current hobbies that you're watching with interest?
This goes back to the lore of Silicon Valley, of the hackers in the garage and Steve Jobs and Wozniak going to the Homebrew Computer Club. And it was like this fringe, cultish club at the time in the era of mainframe computers and things. It basically came back to this idea that maybe that's not a coincidence that this keeps happening, that it's these things people are doing on the weekend, and particularly they're smart people. You go and you talk to them, they had a good reason. They really understood what a personal computer could be. They had very deep thinking. So by the way, a lot of this involves actually going and speaking to people and not trusting secondary sources. I really believe very, very strongly that one of the most important things here you can do is just go speak to a lot of people. That's where I get all of my information, talking to entrepreneurs, talking to people who are smarter than me. Why was personal computing happening at the Homebrew Computer Club and not at, let's say, IBM at the time? Once a company gets to a certain scale, it's managed by business people, and business people plan on a 1 to 3 year horizon. They're very good at execution, but typically it's extrapolation execution. Like, we have this computer here, let's make the next version of it, or something like that. And they're not, this is sort of Clay Christensen's idea. The idea of disruptive innovation is that these things come from below. They look like toys. It's another kind of common theme. They come from below. They look silly. The serious people poo-poo it. It's not a serious thing. Some of those things, by the way, that people are into, the hobbyist things, they just stay hobbies. A lot of it depends on the nature of the specific topic and is it going to follow some kind of exponential improvement curve and things like that? Because the PC, of course, was riding Moore's Law and a bunch of other important trends in a way that other fringe hobbies at the time weren't. So I've always found this to be a small group of very smart, cultish people to be a very, very interesting pattern. And one thing I do a lot of, I've read a lot of history books, particularly history of innovation. And this pattern happens over and over. So I'll give you an example. Another example I like to use is University of Utah in the 1970s. Every single computer graphics thing today, Apple, Pixar, Atari, the best venture capital strategy in the 1970s would be take a big bag of money and hand it out at the University of Utah, okay? Because they were all, the entire future of computer graphics was at the University of Utah. Why? Because I forgot the specifics, some donor liked computer graphics and gave money, and they're all there. I always think about it like I do venture capital. I can sit there, analyze metrics, and do all this other stuff, or I can just go try to find University of Utah. That's what I think about all the time. Where is that? And by the way, a lot of it now is on the internet. It's in a Discord, it's in a Reddit. A lot of what I did in that list I had in 2013, a lot of that came from Reddit.
It's what is the current definition of the frontier. And there was a time when it was Wild West, there was a time when it was conquistadors and people setting sail in the age of sail. And today it feels like the frontier is on the internet. And even on the internet, the frontier is within Web3 and crypto, because it's sort of the least regulated, the most decentralized, the most permissionless, 24/7, 365 markets that are self-funding. Hackers from all around the world can participate. You can be anon or pseudo-anon or just have a CryptoPunk as your profile. And nobody has to know who you are. All that matters is the output of your code. And if it works, you can make huge amounts of money. Satoshi Nakamoto may end up being the richest person who ever lived and could have pulled it off completely anon. And that's not the only one. There are huge fortunes being made and lost on this decentralized anonymous frontier. And now I think we're seeing Web3 starting to pull in all the talent. All the smartest people in Silicon Valley seem to be looking from their 9-to-5 jobs into 24/7 Web3 and figuring out how to participate. Every company that I'm involved with that's not a Web3 company calls me and asks me about a token or a Web3 angle. And obviously, some of it is just to make money, but some of it is this appeal of open source, open platforms, portable data, user privacy, user control keys, and community owned and generated networks.
So I want to hop in here. This is all very important, and we're going to come back to it, and we're going to get to a definition of terms also, just for people who are not familiar with Web3. Before I get to that, just because I want to try to create a thread going from 2013 in that blog post to here, University of Utah, how did you find this particular University of Utah, math-based currencies like Bitcoin, in 2003 or just prior to that? And then we're going to bring that into Web3.
Like a lot of these things, it started with, I think, Friends. Naval could have been part of that. Fred Wilson, there's sort of early group of people that were kind of getting interested in Bitcoin. I used to be technical. I'm not particularly technical now, but I went and kind of used Bitcoin. And I was particularly interested in the programming language around it, which we can talk more about. Now we have platforms like Ethereum with much more robust programming abilities. So I went and kind of used it, and the idea, I have to say, it appealed to me initially. I had come from, first saw it used this thing called Hashcash. So Hashcash is the algorithm that's used for Bitcoin mining. It's called mining, which is a way to incentivize the people to run their computer and run part of the Bitcoin network. I started a computer security company in 2004, and it actually looked at using Hashcash. So Hashcash had been talked about for a long time as a way to fight internet spam, and this is what I was working on. The idea was, why do you have spam? It's a tragedy of the commons problem, where because it costs $0 to send an email, if you can make $100 every million emails, spammers will just do that. And so one idea that went back to the 90s was the idea of charging somebody a little bit to send an email. But then how do you do that when you don't have native internet money? So the idea was you force them to do a computation. And I actually had looked at commercializing this at one point. I didn't do it, but I couldn't figure out the whole thing. When I first saw Bitcoin, I'm like, oh, it's stored Hashcash. Adam Smith called capital is stored labor. And so that's what Bitcoin actually, from my vantage point back then, it was like, oh wow, it's Hashcash, but it's stored. And that was actually what got me initially interested in it. And then I started going down the rabbit hole, as we say. You'll hear this phrase a lot from crypto people, because it's very much this looking glass experience where the outside narrative is just so incredibly not accurate about Web3. And once you go and learn it yourself, I get an email now, Noel's probably getting this too, every day now from a Web 2 person, a good entrepreneur saying, oh my God, I didn't understand what this was, and now that I do, it's like completely changed my life. It's a transformative thing when you go down that rabbit hole. So I kind of went down that rabbit hole, although there wasn't as deep a rabbit hole back then, but I think probably, I'm guessing we've all had a similar experience.
I read about the Byzantine generals problem and the solution to that, and I realized, wow, you can now organize people without rulers.
Could you explain what that is, Noel?
Yeah, Byzantine generals problem is a problem that basically says, how do you get people to coordinate when nobody knows each other, nobody trusts each other? And by using proof of work, aka hashcash, you can say, well, I've done the work to have a credible vote, and so anybody who hasn't done the work hasn't done the vote. And so now you can take systems that before would have to be run by centralized authorities, ranging from the government running money to Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook, and you can replace them by a credible vote of all the people participating in the network, and you know they're not cheaters, that they get to have a say because they've done the work. And one way to do the work is hashcash. But that's essentially what blockchains and Web3 do. Web3 basically says, okay, we can now run this network through the people who have invested into the network, and they can invest with money, they can invest with resources, or they can invest with proof of work, which is sort of the most robust way to do it while keeping it decentralized. But I think this may lead us into, we're probably getting to the point where we should define what we mean by Web3. And I think Chris has articulated one of the better definitions out there, one of the best definitions.
And perhaps, Chris, we could also start just to show, it could be change, it could be evolution, but Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, if you could lay it out.
So the way I think about it is Web 1, the internet of course existed before the 90s, but the web, sort of this killer app on top of the internet, was created in 1990. And so I sort of think of Web 1 as, let's call it 1990 to 2005. The key thing with Web 1 is it was dominated by open protocols. So the web has a protocol called HTTP, email has a protocol called SMTP. These were the platforms you were building on then. So if you were Larry and Sergey and you were building Google, you were building it on top of HTTP, on top of the web. And the web was open, which means no one controlled it. And what that means from Larry and Sergey's point of view is they knew if they built a successful product, a successful search engine, they would own it and they would control it. And you couldn't have somebody come along and say, I'm going to take 50% or I'm going to shut you down. It's the web, it was open. And similar to, let's say, in economics, if you talk to an entrepreneur or an investor, they'll say they like to invest in countries with predictable rule of law. They don't like countries where the government seizes the assets and things like this. It's the same thing that happens with startups and entrepreneurs. They want to build on a platform that they know they can trust. And so that was what was so great about that first year of the web and why you had so much incredible innovation and investment. And it was, I think most people would agree today, that was sort of a golden period of innovation. But the products were limited in the sense that it tended to be, I call it skeuomorphic, where people were taking things from the offline world, like magazines, and putting them on the internet. You go back and look at the 90s web, it was very much experienced like a magazine. You didn't have things like social networks and user-generated content to nearly the same degree. That started really kind of percolating this year, people call Web 2, it's called around 2005. And at that time, you had sort of two competing models. Like, let's just take Twitter. There was an open protocol called RSS that was the obvious thing to compete with Twitter. I mean, it's still around, but it's not nearly as popular as Twitter and Facebook and everything else. And so there were sort of open ways to build social networks in the 2000s, and then there were closed ways to build. And for a variety of reasons, I won't go into all the details, the closed ways won. And a lot of it had to do with ease of use. The way I think about it is Web 2, the open protocols were just limited in what they could do. So if you wanted to set up a website in 2008, let's say, and you wanted to have sort of simulate the functionality of Twitter, you'd have to go get like a web hosting provider, buy a domain name, and do a whole bunch of other things. Everyone tried to kind of reuse domain names, essentially. Domain names in the pre-blockchain world, they're the one thing you can really own on the internet. It's your domain. You control it. And so the open side kept trying to kind of use the domain name again and again, but it costs $8. You have to go set it up. It was very technical. Meanwhile, you go to Twitter and it's like 3 clicks and you choose your name and you're in and your friends are there. And then mobile phones came along and the whole thing accelerated. And here we are now with 5+ companies that kind of control the internet. So Web 3 is coming along. And so Web 3 is, my definition is, it's an internet owned by users and builders orchestrated with tokens. So this new concept of a token is kind of the key concept of Web 3. This comes sort of historically from the movement that started with Bitcoin, although I think it's sort of a different branch of the genealogy or something. And a lot of the stuff's actually built on a different crypto network called Ethereum, and then there are other kind of alternatives to it. The big kind of innovation with Ethereum was it's fully programmable. It's a computer. It's funny, this is the most controversial thing I've said on Twitter. I got this huge, when I said blockchains are computers, they're computers. And literally, if you go look at Alan Turing's on computability paper, or von Neumann or any of the great computer scientists, A computer is something you write code and it can store things. Ethereum is an almost Turing-complete programming language and can store information. It's a virtual computer, a computer that runs on a network of physical computers, which is, I think, what kind of trips people up. But it's a computer. It's a very powerful computer that has new properties that prior kinds of computers didn't have. And one of the things you can do on these is you can create these things called smart contracts, which are code that will continue to run in a certain way. And you can also create these things called tokens. And tokens can be fungible, like kind of quote cryptocurrencies are, or it can be non-fungible NFTs. And it could be something like, which I think some people have heard about now, which are things that can be represented by a piece of media, for example. You're buying this collectible basketball card or this collectible work of art, things like that. Why tokens are so important is they now provide a mechanism by which value and control can be given to users and builders as opposed to simply to centralized companies. So you can build today, there are two things. One is, remember before I said the functionality wasn't quite there for the open side in Web 2, it's now there. You can now build something that looks and feels like Facebook or Twitter, using open protocols and using this new kind of philosophy where the value and control accrues to the users of the network, not to a company, because there is no company. And you're going to see more and more things, products launched like this, where there is, initially there'll be some kind of R&D organization that helps create these protocols, but over time they go away in the same way that there is no Bitcoin company, and the Ethereum has a nonprofit foundation that supports R&D, but there is no Ethereum company. And this is how I believe the most important internet products will be created in the future, is through this kind of new means. And why will it be done this way? One is it's better, because wouldn't it be better if the drivers on the Uber network owned Uber and got to participate more in the value creation and also in the control and governance of that system? I think that's clearly a better thing for society. And I also think it's just going to be a winning product. If you look at people in these Web3 communities, no Web3 company, no crypto company has ever spent $1 on marketing, including Coinbase. I was on the board for years. No marketing. Why? Because tokens are self-marketing. When somebody owns something and feels skin in the game, they want to go talk about it. They want to evangelize. I think Web3 is not only better for the world, but it's also going to beat Web 2 because it's going to be more popular, because the people get really excited when they actually get to participate. The internet is 100% the most important invention of the century. I don't think that's hyperbolic to say that. And we're literally talking about how is money and power going to flow on the internet. This is such an important issue, and yet it's caricatured in the press and things as like tech bros, money, this and that. It's so misunderstood, and it's so important, which is why I get fired up about it, because I feel like if people like me and Naval don't explain this, that I think it's a very important thing, I guess I'll say.
I'll just, if it's okay with you guys, share a little bit, speak for a second, and also try to paraphrase as a muggle, and then I want you to poke holes in what I say. So first I'll say that I'm relatively new to this sphere, but like you said, once it started to land or sink in, I felt something, and this is going to sound very odd perhaps, but this like physiological quickening that really kept me up. I was not able to sleep well for about a week straight. And that only happens to me every like 5 to 7 or 5 to 10 years, because I started to see some of the possibilities and some of the beneficial societal changes and on and on and on that not just could, are already in a sense a byproduct of this paradigm shift. So tell me if this captures some of the essence, and then either of you can poke holes in it, but just to highlight a couple things. So people might think of Web 1 as read-only, largely read-only and open. Then we have Web 2, read-write, but as we've seen it, it's become more centralized with a lot of these large companies. And you don't own, like you said, aside from maybe a domain name, you are not in control of your own destiny. You have very few rights. Your reputation is not transferable if you are on a platform like Twitter. You can be deplatformed, and we put that aside, but it's centralized, and you're at the whim of a handful of companies, which a lot of people will sign up for, like you said, because of convenience, ease of use, etc. Web 3 then appears to introduce a number of things, including property rights and decentralization. And this is not going to be a perfect comparison, but if people think of, say, like REI and a co-op, it would differ in the sense that we're not necessarily going to have management per se with a truly decentralized platform. But what I have seen firsthand, and I want to give people a concrete example just to point out a very niche group perhaps that I've seen benefit very clearly, and that has been artists. And so I want to talk about this just for a second, because I have friends who are photographers, friends who are graphic artists, friends who are musicians who were crippled financially by COVID when they couldn't tour, when they couldn't do things because they're only getting paid 1 cent per stream on some of these music streaming services. With the ability to create unique pieces of property in the form of NFTs and launch projects, their futures have entirely changed. And I want to highlight something for folks, and that is it's not because of the initial sales price. The model for authors, the model for musicians has some royalty component, but you kind of get paid up front and then you have a pittance of some percentage that you make on the back end. But with a smart contract, like you said, if we think of Ethereum as this world computer, with a smart contract, instead of a ton of middlemen who are kind of taking the lion's share of profits, you can set in advance certain things that happen automatically, like if you are an artist and your work is resold and then resold again and resold again, well, if you're operating in the traditional art world, you get paid once, that's the end of the story. Instead of that, now people are making the lion's share, of many of them, of their income from these secondary sales, and it's all done automatically. They don't have to trust some agent or a broker or a rep or a curator to pay them. They don't have to audit accounting because it's all on the blockchain. So I just wanted to give that example and wonder if either of you would like to elaborate on any aspect of that, correct any aspect of that, or give an example of other things that you're seeing that are exciting to you.
Yeah, I would just only summarize what you guys have said because I think you've approached it the right way. But basically what you're saying is that digital private keys enable digital private property. And so we finally have private property in the internet, and we don't need people like Spotify or even the studios and the labels to determine who owns what private property and hold it with their database entries and their lawyers. We can each do it ourselves. We can finally each, and Chris got made fun of on Twitter for this, we can each own a piece of the internet, but it's absolutely true. We can create digital scarcity, and it is a very powerful thing because then it can map to real world scarcity, because the real world is not completely abundant in everything. The real world does have scarce economic resources. And so we can have digital scarcity and digital private property. And in a Web3 context, there are 3 critical things that both of you have touched on, but I just want to summarize them for the listener, that really make Web3 so unique, so distinct, and so revolutionary, which is in a normal model, we're used to thinking of a computer program as an application run by a third party where they control the code, they own the data, and they own the platform and the economic benefits. And then we get our scraps. We put up tweets, we put up podcasts, maybe we get a few shekels from Spotify, maybe we get a few hearts on Twitter and a few retweets, but it's not a lot. The owners of Spotify are getting far richer than the creators and the podcasters on Spotify and musicians on Spotify. Not to pick on Spotify, they're just emblematic of the whole thing. And we've had this transition where it's like Web 1, okay, who won that? Microsoft, maybe Netscape, and Google was a big winner of Web 1. And then Web 2, who won that? Well, it's Apple and Google and maybe Facebook. And is Web 3 also going to be controlled by big companies? No. The beauty of Web 3 is, for the first time, all the data is actually open. The data is literally living in the blockchain or in distributed systems, but it's secured. It's actually secured far better than these corporations can secure our data because it's each secured by our own private key. So each of us has a safety deposit box now in the cloud that we can give selective access to with our private keys to people who need them when they need them, and then close them off again so they're not leaked in the next credit reporting hack or the next big company hack. And then who owns the platform underneath? As Chris said, it's the contributors own the platform instead of corporations own the platform. And all the people who are pro-co-op and who are pro-collectivism should be embracing this, because now we can own the platforms that we are actually building with our collective creative efforts. And finally, developers love this because the code is now open instead of being closed. So it's this insane concept, a revolutionary concept, where we flip applications from being closed code, corporations own the platform and users are the data, to open code, contributors own the platform and users own their data. And so now these things become completely composable. And I think one of the reasons why the Web3 revolution is going to be so nonlinear and so unexpected and so fast is because with open code means these applications plug into each other like Lego blocks. You go buy a Lego for your kids, well, it connects to every Lego piece that your kid already owns. It connects to all the other Lego pieces of the kids down the block, and they can build anything they want out of it. And that's how code on Web3 works. That's how data on Web3 works. And that's how even ownership on Web3 works, where I can own a little piece of every platform that I contribute to. And this is absolutely a revolution.
Naval, could you define a word which comes up a lot in Web3, composable, and what that means, how people use it?
The beauty is this is all open source, so it's not even APIs anymore. I don't have to access to the very limited APIs that a Twitter might expose and then take away later on, as they've famously done. I can literally connect to the code at any point that I want to. And then in open source, you only solve each problem once. So if somebody has built a good version of how to solve a certain problem, I'm just going to reuse that and reuse it again. Maybe I'll fork it, maybe I'll improve it a little bit, maybe I'll port it to a slightly different system. But essentially, at the fundamental level, each problem only has to be solved once. So composable means that it's like Legos or like digital Legos, where I can just copy the Lego and then build on top of it. So the effect to a competitor is like a Voltron type thing, where all of a sudden all the apps in Web3 can sort of team up to create any app needed. Example is there was an innovation in DeFi called automatic market makers, which is instead of having to have an exchange where you have paid market makers and firms on the other side ensuring liquidity in any market. You go in the stock market and you buy a stock. There's someone else on the other side who is paid to provide liquidity to sell you the stock at the exact moment that you want to buy the stock. But in Web3, we created this innovation with DeFi actually called automated market makers, where you can just do it through code. Now, once you've done that in code, and the most famous company is Uniswap, which is of course an recent investment, so congratulations, Chris. But once it's done, then anybody else can copy it. Then it can just be plugged in, dropped into any new application. So if you look at, for example, games that are going to come out that are Web3 based, they're going to have entire market economies in them. They will have custody solutions. They will have NFTs built inside of them. They'll be completely composable in that any piece from any other app can plug into any other app permissionlessly. And so you're building an edifice. It's almost like building a civilization or a city of interconnected apps instead of these silos in which the data is not portable, the code isn't portable, users aren't portable. So that's probably way longer of a definition than you wanted, and Chris can give you a crisper one, I'm sure.
I think that was great. I like to say that composability is to software as compounding interest is to finance, right? It's sort of this magical thing where if you get it going, it has a sort of exponential hockey stick. I think related to what Naval said, I think one thing people who aren't in the tech business may underestimate is how dominant open source software is. So open source software went from a curiosity in the 90s. As I happen to be watching things about Microsoft in like 1999 in the antitrust case, the word Linux doesn't come up. It's all Java. Of course, what actually happened is Linux is the thing that won. 99.9% of the code in the world is open source software that runs. So every server you talk to on the data center, that's almost all Linux. Your Android phone is Linux. Most of the software on your iPhone is open source. How did open source win? It's composability, is what Naval said. You only have to solve each problem once. Once you solve a problem, just go on GitHub and fork it and reuse the code. What Web3 is doing is taking that level of rapid innovation and applying it to web services in addition to just software. The one thing software couldn't do is it couldn't run itself. It relied on a company to run it. So a lot of the tech industry today is take open source software, add a little bit of extra proprietary software on top, and then instantiate it, run it, and then charge for it. Software as a service. And that's great, and they provide value, and they should make money from that. But the kind of key thing driving underneath is this composability of open source software. And now we're going to extend that to this new area.
Yeah, composability even goes beyond software, even though that's how it's commonly used. It even goes into media. So for example, today, if I want to build something on top of the Star Wars platform, I got to go cut a deal with Disney. But in the open source composable NFT world, artists are basically giving away the concepts. Yes, you can always right click and save an image or the code and then modify it but you can build on top of it. So people will be building games, they'll be building cultural artifacts, new memes, new music on top of NFTs, and more value accrues to the underlying NFT because now it's becoming more popular. And at the end of the day, the value of a piece of art or media is directly proportional to how the community around it, and who's using it, and who's promoting it, and who's working with it. So it kind of blows away this idea of copyright and intellectual property, and instead it creates the most powerful memes in the world, memes in the broad sense of music and movies and books included in memes, not just the internet memes that we're familiar with. And media itself becomes composable, and the greatest artists are going to have the greatest distribution. It's why, not to pick on our friend, but one reason why I think Joe Rogan and others make mistakes by going to Spotify is that the power of a meme, the power of an idea, is determined by how many computers it's running on. The power of a program is how much computation power it has behind the power of an idea is how many brains is it running in. So if you have good ideas, you want to spread them as far and wide as possible. That's why I'll never charge for a piece of content. And no one in their right mind who has good ideas should. You don't want to restrict the avenues. You want people to recompose your ideas. Akira the Don takes stuff that I say and remixes into music, and there's smart nonsense out there making videos and cool animations out of it. Jack Butcher does visualizations out of it. This is all free. Or Eric Jorgensen does the Almanac. I don't have to do any of it. This is all composability around media. Now, I don't have an underlying monetization mechanism, but if I wanted to, I could issue NFTs against the original content, and there are collectors and people who will pay for that. And my content is just becoming more and more famous. So that's an example of composability in action that extends beyond just software. Composability is a very, very powerful concept. And if you want to, for example, I know a lot of your listeners create a lot of content. They're content creators and innovators and creators themselves. And if you want your content to get as much out there as possible, don't hold anything back. If you have good ideas, you want to spread them as widely as possible, and you should be so lucky that other people come and compose them with their own content and create new memes and new ideas.
Just a quick thanks to one of our sponsors, and we'll be right back to the show. This episode is brought to you by UCAN. UCAN. What you eat and how you live, exercise, sleep, stress, all play an important role in how your body handles glucose, its main form of energy. You might think of blood sugar. That is glucose. When glucose levels are steady and you avoid spikes, you're improving your metabolic fitness. An important way to take control of your metabolic fitness is to eat and fuel with foods that help regulate blood sugar. To help enhance my own metabolic health, I was introduced to UCAN by Dr. Peter Attia, who said there is no carb in the world like it. UCAN's patented ingredient, superstarch, has the remarkable ability to provide a steady release of energy without spiking blood sugar levels. I use UCAN's energy powders and low-calorie bars to maintain focus throughout long days, more exercise, better performance when training, and to avoid fatigue without making metabolic compromises. So when I need a Scooby snack, when I need a little pick-me-up, I reach for UCAN. UCAN has a variety of different products with superstarch to help you balance your blood sugar, from energy powders and bars to granola and almond butter. There's a whole suite. Check out my favorites at ucan.co/Tim. That's ucan.co/Tim. And save 30% on your first order. That's ucan.co/Tim. I'd love to add just a couple things here, just to give some spice and specifics to some examples, as you just did, and to further explain why this stuff has kept me up late at night.
By the way, the Tim Ferriss Show is just going to become a crypto podcast.
No, it will not. It will not. I promise, folks, even though I'm getting pulled into the deep water and getting spun into the vortex, I'm able to tread water, and I will not pull everyone in with me. But this stuff is important. I think it's very important to explore, and it's excited me because I have seen how much good creators, good authors, good musicians have struggled because they are not good at marketing. But they have diehard fans. Maybe a small group of diehard fans, but they have some number of diehard fans, and many of the listeners of the podcast will recognize the title of an essay, a blog post called 1,000 True Fans by Kevin Kelly. I know that, Chris, you've also written about 1,000 True Fans. You can find it at kk.org. I recommend it consistently all the time. And what Web3 allows you to do is align your interest with collective interest with other true fans' self-interest by allowing them to own digital property that you create. And what has excited me is I'm seeing a lot of experimentation. So we were talking about some of the advantages, and Chris, you were talking about some of the advantages of Web3. One of the advantages of Web3 is also, it appears, and please correct me if I get any of this wrong, guys, is that it is very easy, relatively speaking, compared to, say, Web 2 era, for many companies or projects to reach escape velocity. So if they're raising money, for instance, they might raise once or twice small amounts of capital, and then they have a token, and they're able to sort of control their destiny through a collective who act as stakeholders. And in addition to that, if we look at an example like Bored Ape Yacht Club, people can take a look, you're seeing, because of the composability, right, this Lego block aspect, and low barriers to entry with respect to cost, that people are able to experiment widely. And in the case of Bored Ape Yacht Club, and thanks to Punk6529 for sharing this particular example with me, because I wasn't aware, in addition to selling, say, the JPEG associated with this NFT, this property title that gives you this digital asset, commercial rights were also provided to at least some purchasers of these Bored Ape Yacht Clubs. So then you have people who are going out with their specific Bored Ape and creating coffee companies or creating craft brew companies. I've never seen anything like that before. And certainly, if you're a young, tech-savvy intellectual property lawyer, your services are going to be in need. So good to get up to speed. But the fact that all of these experiments can be run concurrently at such low cost says to me that the ecosystem is going to produce, through natural selection and evolution and recombination of different types, lots of things that will be very, very exciting. And it doesn't even matter if 98%, 99% end up being garbage, because the winners, kind of like finding Amazon or Google in 99 or 2000, will end up being so impactful. And maybe that's just me drinking the Kool-Aid, I don't know, but that's how it feels to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're right, like Bored Apes, I think that the recent drop they did with the mutant apes, so they did this thing where you got like a potion and you could get kind of your mutant counterpart. I think they made $100 million. I don't, as far as I know, they haven't raised venture capital, and they made $100 million on that one drop. So certainly, yes, it's a different economic model. They take it farther, where you get the commercial rights. The next stage, which people are playing around with now, is to actually have the community create narratives. And so, for example, Wattpad, these kind of fanfic communities. Imagine the next Harry Potter. The future Harry Potter is owned by the NFT holders. And they get to decide, they get to write all sorts of interesting fiction, and they get to vote and decide what becomes canon and what is not. Imagine the passion people have for Star Wars and all these other kinds of communities, and now imagine they own a piece of it and they control a piece of it. It's about to get really, really interesting. I don't think there's been this much creative kind of energy since the 90s. I don't think mobile compares to it.
Now we get into the meat of it, which are NFTs, non-fungible tokens. And this is something that Chris has been on from day one. Of all the investors that I know in the entire space, Chris has been the first one who got into NFTs in a big way and has stayed consistent on it. In fact, February of this year, I remember meeting with him, and all he wanted to talk about was NFTs, and I didn't even understand it at the time. And I was like, yeah, whatever, Chris, that sounds cool, nice toy. And now I'm like, what did you say again? So I sort of missed NFTs. But NFTs, for me, answered a whole bunch of questions that I didn't have the answer to before. One question was, a bunch of people showed up and they bought Bitcoin early, and they get to get rich in this giant wealth transfer as we move from fiat currencies into sort of scarce math-backed currencies, as Chris also once called them. And so does that just mean that the people who showed up in 2009 to 2015 or 16 get rich and everybody else kind of is a pauper? No. There's a funny quote out there floating around where somebody said, every generation invents its own new Ponzi scheme and rejects the previous generation's Ponzi scheme. And now we're moving in much faster times. So the previous generation's Ponzi scheme might have been Bitcoin or Ethereum. If you think about what Bitcoin is, Bitcoin shows up and says, we reject fiat, we reject printed money, we reject kings and rulers and tyrants, we want people's currency. Great, we got that. And then someone says, wait, you can create your own currency? Well, I want to create my own currency. So you get all these altcoins, and everybody steps up and says, well, I got my own currency. So ironically, there are now probably more currencies out there than there are tokens. There's more currencies than Bitcoin. And so people are fighting to say, well, instead of your ledger of record, let's let's use my ledger of record. And NFTs are people come up and say, actually, maybe digital value, digital assets are like fashion, they're culture, they're always emerging, they're always composing, they're always combining, they're always going out of style. And just like in the real world, anything that's in fashion can hold value. It could be real estate, which is a real use case. It could be oil, it could be gold, it could be every single house, it could be every single business, it could be a pair of shoes, it could be a laptop for a brief period of time. The same way, every digital asset that has a community and a culture around it can hold value for some period of time. Now, of course, it will be very non-linearly distributed. The vast majority of objects will trend towards zero value. It may be flashes in the pan, but at least this gives a chance for everybody who's come in late to the crypto revolution, late in quotes, because we're still so early, gets a chance to say, okay, we can define any object as having value that we believe has value. And these cultural memes that we're creating around NFTs, like Bored Ape Yacht Club, they don't have to like harass you into hodling them. Hodling is this meme in the Bitcoin community, right? You gotta hold your Bitcoin. It's a misspelling of hold, called hodl. But in the NFT world, you hold for sentimental value. If you're Punk 6529, someone comes up to buy your Punk, you're not going to sell it. In fact, I think just famously recently, one of the punks who's using it as Twitter ID, because it's the new blue check mark on Twitter, but it's actually validated and verified through wallet ownership, he got offered something like $10 million for his CryptoPunk. And it was just kind of a random generic little 8-bit pixel CryptoPunk, but he refused to sell because that was his identity. And he basically had to say, even though I may not be worth that much money, I'm not for sale. And that actually made it a cultural meme and an icon, and now his CryptoPunk's probably worth even more. So NFTs are this absolutely fascinating rabbit hole. I think Chris was probably the first investor to identify them at scale, going all the way back to his Dapper Labs investment, these people who built CryptoKitties, and evolving from there. So I would just love to hear Chris go into NFTs, like the evolution of them and kind of where they're headed.
Yeah, I'm very excited about NFTs. I think that they're very, very broad, what I would call primitive. Primitive, just so you understand, like the way we kind of use it is there's these kind of key foundational building blocks of the internet. And I think that most of the issues that develop were some of the things I talked about earlier about how you were limited in what you could build using open methods. And a lot of the problems, frankly, I think come from advertising. The fact that we didn't have native payments and tokens and all these things we now have. What Google wanted to do, they wanted to have a digital closed loop. And a digital closed loop prior to crypto, you could really only do that with advertising. And so we built this giant infrastructure. The internet now is powered by banner ads and search ads and things like this. And that has been great for a few companies. It's generally been really, really bad for creative people. Someone had a great tweet yesterday. The Web 2 companies convinced you to give away your creations in exchange for little hearts. But yeah, tell me about how NFTs are the real scam or something. It was some formulation like that. Like, it's kind of amazing that they've convinced all these people, Instagram, what did they pay out? 0. Facebook, 0. Twitter, 0. YouTube, 50%. Apple, just for having the phone, they take 30%. Do you know how many businesses can't survive when you take 30%? It's kind of crazy that we put up with this. So now, as you said, put aside NFTs. Just look at like Substack. So there's no crypto in Substack. So what's going on with Substack? It's a platform, and like a sort of a newsletter platform you can go to as a writer and have people subscribe to it. It's relatively simple, really elegant idea. But the interesting thing you see now is you see writers who previously might make, $100,000 or something, getting $1 million a year. And you see a lot of people saying, hey, that shouldn't happen. We were told the internet is bad for creative people. The internet is not bad for creative people. Web 2 is bad for creative people. Spotify, I just saw the stat the other day. Spotify advertises the stat. They have 8 million artists. 14,000 of them make $50,000 a year. The rest make less than that. Those are businesses. You have costs. Basically, it's very hard to live below that. So 14,000 kind of make a living out of 8 million. Is that working? And I'm not blaming Spotify, by the way. A lot of that money goes to labels, and I think Spotify's a good company. It's the model. It's the logic of that model. So, and then you have these cases of like this musician Blau, who I think he's like a medium-sized artist on Spotify. He did an NFT drop, he made $11 million. Even if you assume that $11 million is a bubble or something, people say it's a bubble. If he made $100,000, it's transformative. It's the same thing that's going on with Substack. And so what you have is now you have this really powerful new way for creative people who were previously getting banner ads at best, very poor monetization, are now able to go and create all sorts of interesting things. And we're seeing the early versions of it. You could create a JPEG, you can create digital album art. It's sort of an obvious thing that musicians are doing now. But it can be much more than that. It's just an object. Just like in the real world, we have all sorts of different classes of objects. We have art, we have utilities, NFTs are just as broad a concept. And so I think you're going to see all sorts of interesting experimentation where, maybe a musician, you get something that's beautiful, but also you can go use in different ways. You can take it from a game or bring it into another experience, or use it to go to a real life show as a ticket. And it's a means of patronage. I think one of the things I experience, I really encourage people to participate in these communities to understand them. I buy NFTs on Foundation, which is one of our investments, which is sort of a high-end art NFT platform, curated platform. For example, there's a science fiction writer graphic designer who I bought a bunch of his NFTs, and he DMs me, and now we're friends. And it's like, I never understood people that bought physical offline art. I've never had any interest in it. Now I kind of get it though, because I'm like, hey, this guy's cool. I want to be part of be in his network. I do venture capital. I hang around with tech people all day. It's fun for me to be able to talk to an artist. And at the same time, I can support him in this sort of non-transactional way and be his patron. And some people are buying stuff on these websites to make money. Some are doing it to patronize. Some are doing it I think down the road, we're going to see more and more utility use cases. The gaming is really interesting right now. I think the world hasn't seen this yet, but I will tell you, we have a games group at our firm that doesn't do crypto. And it's close to 100% of the things they're seeing now. These are founders that come out of like Riot and Blizzard and things like this. I think it's close to 100% of the meetings they have now involve NFTs. The games people get this, they're at the cutting edge, especially the kind of the younger ones, the next cohort. And there is going to be so much interesting stuff. And these are going to be real utility. So you can take this piece of art, you can take this sword, and you can mix and match and move it around, and they all kind of immediately get composability and why it's important. And we're just going to see like wave after wave of very creative things. I think of an NFT as general a concept as the web page. Think about the website. When it first comes out, people are like, oh, it's a website, and they try to kind of map it to the offline world. It's like a brochure. But then as we saw over this sort of 30-year period, all of these clever people come and they innovate. It's not a website, it's a social network, it's a SaaS tool, it's a this, it's a that. NFTs are going to be just as broad. It's a core new concept, the idea of owning something on the internet. Another way I like to think about it is like, imagine if in the real world we couldn't own anything. And every time you go, this is kind of a wacky analogy, but like every time you go to a hotel or a restaurant, they're like, oh, you got to change your clothes and buy a new outfit. This is how the internet works today. And then you leave, like, hey, you got to give that stuff back, right? And then one day somebody comes along and they say, no, you can take it with you.
Yeah.
Imagine the amount of innovation that would kick off. That's kind of what's been going on the internet. We had this sort of renting fiefdom design, and we've just kind of broken it open. And so people say, oh, it's a bubble, this and that. I think it's the beginning of this incredible 20-year kind of creative run.
I'd love, Chris, for you to talk a little bit more about the gaming, because I think NFTs in the gaming context are easily understood by a lot of folks, even if they don't game. But a lot of the applications make sense to me. So, I mean, you could talk about anything you want, right? I mean, So Rare is kind of interesting, but I think even more interesting, not necessarily more interesting, but there's been talk, and I think some of this might be kind of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed idealism, but the possibility of, say, a universal basic income when we look at, let's say, something like YGG, or could you just speak a little bit to that and what that means? Because it's so interesting to me. And interesting is a lazy adjective. It's eye-opening and exciting.
What's the model today in video games? Video games are interesting because there have been new waves of technology, but the old wave still exists. So the old way to buy a video game with something like Madden, you pay $60 or whatever it costs these days. That's still around. That business is still around. There's companies like EA that do that. But then you had layered on top of it all these kind of new, more modern, what I think of more modern companies. And like probably the best ones are things like Fortnite and Supercell, Clash Royale, and League of Legends. These are basically, the model they use is the game is completely free. You can play it completely forever, and the only thing you buy are cosmetic goods. So you can't buy goods that make you win, because people think that would kind of undermine the integrity of the game. So it's all, just to look cool, status flex. And that's a $40 billion a year industry, just the virtual goods alone. And this, by the way, same thing is going on with NFTs. It was laughed at 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It was a big joke. Of course, it wasn't, and it's very important. But, those virtual goods are kind of locked into the game. Also, when you buy the virtual goods, all the money is going to the company. So what games like Axie Infinity, we're investors in one of these kind of new crypto games, is instead of it being you buy the goods from the company, it's much more peer-to-peer. It's much more the way eBay and Craigslist, you're buying it from another person who themselves were able to basically improve the NFT by playing the game. And so in the case of Axie, you have something on the order of 100,000 people, many of whom are in the Philippines, who make a living playing that game. And so they go and they do a bunch of different stuff, and people call it grinding, like you kind of play a bunch of stuff, and then they improve the NFTs, and then other people who maybe have more money than time buy them. And the company only takes, I think it's like a 3% take rate or something, as opposed to much more like a marketplace kind of fee, as opposed to taking all the money. The kind of protocol will take lower fees, but in exchange, you've got this like really kind of cool, vibrant economy. And basically, like Axie really kind of broke out. I think there's 4 games that have 800,000, which is the max Discord users, and it's one of the 4. So it's one of them, I think it's like 2 million-ish active users, like very, very popular game. By the way, not in any of the app stores, because Apple and Google are trying to fight Web3 bans, and yet they still have that kind of user base. And I think Axie is probably the thing that really inspired a lot of people. YGG mentions a separate company, which we're actually also investors in, which is it's Yo-Yo Games. It's very cool. It's almost like it's what we call a DAO, but it's a online software kind of organization where people can essentially get loaned Axie so they can go play it and not have to pay the upfront costs and then earn money. So it's like this kind of guild model that you have in games where people kind of get together and join on the same team, but suddenly you can have sort of real money involved and people make real livings. So I think that the games industry, a lot of sort of the next generation of talent saw this and we're excited.
Thank you, Chris. I'd love to add also just a few other, I'm not going to give it a ton of detail, I'll let people look these folks up, but from the creator standpoint, just bridging back to that, if we think of NFTs, I guess on a very, very basic level as property title of some type, there's actually a lot more that you can sort of embed into an NFT. So for instance, Dmitry Cherniak, I'd encourage people to check out Dmitry, incredible digital artist, incredible coder, really. So his art is code, and famous for a project and a series of pieces known as Ringers. But also, if you check out the Eternal Pump as an example, and I believe I'm getting this right, if not, I'm sure the internet will correct me and I'll make amends in the show notes, but what an artist can do is provide first access to future projects through certain sets of NFTs. And they can also create in real life interactions or requirements for people to go to, say, a certain location to mint, i.e. purchase, say, a given NFT. So there are all these permutations providing future privileged access or requiring real world actions, say, to be eligible to purchase or to receive a given NFT. The sort of Cambrian explosion of experimentation is beyond anything I have ever seen. And I've been in tech in one way or another since 2007, so not that long, I guess, in the sort of long-term view of things, but I've never seen anything like it. Naval, do you have anything you'd like to add?
There's a really interesting, subtle point that both of you have been touching upon that may be worth making explicit, which is that I think a lot of people, when they first see NFTs, their reaction is, well, I can just right-click and save that JPEG. Why does this thing have value? And, hopefully people who look into NFTs move past that pretty quickly, but you're both given examples of how these things have value that you can't just right-click and save as. The simplest one is just, yes, I can also photocopy any piece of art. Doesn't mean that I have the actual art. There's still provenance, there's still a linkage, there's still authenticity to the art itself. And the simplest way to see that is, for example, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, let's say we're building a metaverse. We're building like a 3D virtual space. And hopefully it's not Zuck, hopefully it's some crypto emergent thing on blockchains that we're all using that's open. Well, if I walk into 2 rooms, one room has the authentic Bored Ape Yacht Club and it's got the actual nice photos of the apes or the CryptoPunks or whatever hanging on the walls, and my software tells me that. And then I walk into a different room which has all fakes and copies, and my software immediately tells me, now you're in the fake one. Where do you think the cool kids are going to hang out? Where are the rich kids going to hang out? Where are the parties going to take place? So all of a sudden, having NFTs and this authentication gives spaces actual value. And so it allows you to create a metaverse which then has a distinction between space A and space B. But that's just the simplest level. What you've also given examples of is, in a game, an NFT is a smart contract. It's a thing that is usable within the game, and a copy of the NFT is not. If I have a special piece of loot or a special item that I picked up in one game, and then the developer or the same blockchain or the same group of users went to a second game, and I get to port my NFT over, well, that authentic NFT is going to have some value, whereas a right-click save JPEG version is not going to have any value. And then finally, Tim, you gave the example of an NFT can also be a social contract between the creator of the NFT and the fans of the NFT, so that
fans. Okay, let me see. Do you know? Okay, for take advantage of something, take advantage of something to use the good sense, to use the good sense, to use the good sense. Take advantage of something to you. Take advantage of something to use the good sense in your situation. To use a good sense in your situation. To use the good sense. To advantage of something. To take advantage of something. To use the good things in a situation. To use the good things. To use the good things in a situation. To use the good things in your situation. To use the good things in a situation. To use the good things in a situation. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports. I thought I'd take advantage. I thought I'd take advantage of something. I thought I'd take advantage. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports. Facilities while I'm here. Sports facilities. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports while I'm here. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports facilities while I'm here. Facilities. Okay, I thought I'd take advantage of the sports. I thought I'd take advantage of something. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports facilities while I'm here. I thought I'd take advantage of sports facilities while I'm here. Take advantage of something. 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 To treat something. To treat someone. To treat someone badly in order to get something good from them. To treat something badly in order to take something badly. To take something badly in order to get good things from them. Get some good. To treat some badly. To treat some badly in order to take some badly in order to getting good. In order to getting good. Getting good from them. To get something. In order to get something. Okay. To try something badly in order to get something to try something badly in order to get to try something in order to get something good. To get something good from them. I think she takes advantage. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. I think she takes advantage. I think she takes advantage. I think she takes advantage. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. I think she takes advantage of good nature. Of his good nature. I think she takes advantage of his nature. I think she takes advantage of his nature. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. Of his good nature. To treat someone bad in order to get something good from them. Take advantage of something. Take advantage. Disapproving. To take advantage of something. Disapproving. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. His good nature. They word used in tennis. The word used in tennis when a player has won lives. Has won. They point after deuce. Advantage means well-ins. Okay, the word used in tennis. The word used in tennis when a player has won. They point after deuce. After deuce. Let's score. Deuce. The score in tennis when both players have after deuce. The word used in tennis. When a player has won, they point after deuce. When a player has won, they point one. When a player has won, they point after deuce. When a player has won, they point after deuce. The word used in tennis. The word used in tennis when a player has won. They point after the deuce. The word used in tennis. When a player has won, they point after deuce. Okay, the word used in tennis when a player, or the word used in tennis when a player has won, the point after deuce. Advantage means well-ins. Advantage well advantage. Advantage means advantage means well aims. Advantage means well aims. Never use the internet when a player has won. The point after deuce. Play advantage. In games such as soccer. In games such as soccer. If a referee plays advantage, if a referee plays advantage, if a referee in games such as soccer, if a referee plays advantage, they do not stop the game. In games such as soccer, if a referee plays advantage, in games such as soccer, if a referee plays advantage, they do not stop the game. They do not stop the game when there is a foul. They do not stop the game when there is a foul. They do not stop the game when there is a foul. They do not stop the game when there is a foul. Because allowing play to continue games. Because allowing play to continue give an advantage. Because allowing play to continue gives an advantage to the team that has been fouled. Because allowing play to continue gives an advantage to the team that has been fouled. When there is a foul. When there is a foul, because allowing play to continue game an advantage to team that is being fouled. Because allowing play to continue gives an advantage. 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 Because allowing play to continue give an advantage. Because because annoying play to continue gives advantage to the team that has been forward. Because annoying play to continue gives advantage to the team that has been forward. Because annoying play to continue gives advantage to the team that has been fouled. To the team that has been fouled. Because line play because line play continue gives advantage to the team that has been fouled. Okay. Because the line play continue game. Because line play to continue. Because the line play continue gives advantage to the team that has been fouled. Okay, let me say. In games such as soccer, if a referee plays advantage, they do not stop the game when there is a foul, because the line play to continue gives advantage to the team that has been fouled. The ref. The ref should play. The ref should have played advantage because Rooney. The ref should have played advantage. The ref should have played advantage because Rooney would have been through ankle. Because Rooney would have been through ankle. The ref should have been advantage because the Rooney would have been through ankle. The ref should have played advantage because Rooney would have been through ankle. The ref should have played. The ref should have played advantage. The ref should have been played. The ref should have played. The ref should have played advantage. advantage because Rooney would have been through uncle. Again. Should have played because only would have been okay. Qualification. Qualifications are important. Qualifications are important. Qualifications. Qualification. Qualifications. Training. Has finished in training source. Has necessary qualification. Qualification. Fine.
Financial.
No, not this. Equipment service provide. A building that. Qualification. Building. Qualification. Qualification. Trade. Facilities. Qualification. Facilities. Okay, qualification. The building equipment. Qualifications are important. But the practice experience is always. Qualifications are important. Qualifications are important because. Qualifications are important, but practical experience is always an advantage. Is always an advantage. 跟说他这跟讲，如果你们这样的这个，如果你们这样，你只在中学，当然这没错，那种没有，但是这时候让你，这时候让你成功，这没错，这是这样的，当然，那都会。这是拿的，但这没错，但是拿到结果同的是按部就班，是没问题。你们现在还有点，再晚就来不及，不是。不是，我要给你删除。你给我删除。啊，是不是删除？你说的东西。基本上重新构成它是问题系。如果不这样做，但是我这里没想这样。 那时候没有机会了，那种东西。如果的，那时候这个。听个分享，明显。Practical experience is always practical experience is practice is always an advantage. 是现在这是我。你们这是没有什么，你是不是对？但不是。It's always an advantage. Qualification are important. Qualification are important. 有点感觉。你们这样子搞这种。你们这样子，如果你们这样。从你们开始，其实，但是我有点，你们在3年内解决掉成绩和语言的，没有解决掉成绩和语言的问题。Qualification，如果你确实。Qualification are important but practical. That's the only mean. Qualification are important about practical experience. It's always an advantage. Qualification are important but practical experience is always an advantage. But practical experience is always practical experience is always an advantage. It's good choice. Qualification. 而且，这上有些没讲，我真的会就是。你们现在重新开始，我也吃一把子，还行，我装的。Qualification are important but practical. The advantage of the plane is its simplicity. The advantage of the play. The advantage of the play is its simplicity. The advantage of the play is its the advantage of the play is its simplicity. Simplicity. The advantage. The advantage of the play is its simplicity. The advantage. The advantage of the play. The advantage of the play is its simplicity. Simplicity. She has decided for her. She had decided She had over her opponent. Okay. She had decided advantage. She had a decided advantage over her opponent. She had a advantage. 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 She had a advantage over her opponent. You shouldn't be so trust. People take advantage of you. People take advantage of you. You shouldn't be so trusting. You shouldn't be so trusting. You shouldn't be so trusting. People take advantage of you. 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 Okay. People take advantage of you. You shouldn't be so. You shouldn't be so trusted. People take advantage of you. People take advantage of you. People take advantage of you. You shouldn't be so trusting. Advantage. People take advantage of you. People take advantage of you. People take advantage of you. Internet connection. Internet connection. By broadband offer many advantages. Offers many advantage. Offers many advantage. Internet connection via internet connection via broadband offers many advantages. Internet connection via okay. Internet connection via broadband. Internet connection via broadband offers many advantages. Offers many advantages. Internet connection via broadband offers many advantages. To make someone or something more likely to be successful. To make someone or something. Okay. To make someone or something more likely to be successful. To make someone or something to be likely more likely. To make someone or something more likely. To make someone or something to be more likely to be successful. By creating a situation. By creating situation that helps them. To make someone or something more likely to be successful. successful by creating a situation that helps them. By creating a situation that helps them to make someone or something more likely, to make someone more likely to be successful by creating a situation that helps them by creating a situation that helps them. Affluent parents seek to advantage their children by sending them to more exclusive schools. Affluent parents seek to advantage their children by sending them to more exclusive schools. 我喜欢培养没想有点什么生活我呢但是这种中国开始计算可是你们为了15年的钱但是我现在不要Affluent parents seek to advantage their children by sending them to more exclusive school. Affluent parents seek to advantage their children by sending them to more exclusive school. I don't know that.
It acts as a ticket for access to future rights, and a fake one is not going to get you that. Or it gives you access to future pieces by the artist first, and so on and so forth. And I love Chris' example of it being a web page, because a web page is programmable. A web page can do anything. It's Turing complete. It can run any piece of code. And so we have these essentially Turing complete programmable objects that are now suddenly scarce, that you can own and that you can transfer and you can link to the real world, and you can link them to the digital world through smart contracts. You can link them to the real world through social contracts. By the way, Bitcoin is only linked to the real world through social contracts. I know that's going to be a controversial thing to say, but essentially it's a social contract between the community of Bitcoiners to accept Bitcoin, to accept that as a canonical ledger. So the same way among the Bored Ape community or among the CryptoPunk community or whatever, the Toads or the Frogs or whoever they are, whichever community, there is a social contract to accept these as the canonical avatars. So essentially what blockchains do is they allow open composability and programmability between all these objects in the digital domain, and there's those smart contracts that regulate those, and then social contracts that regulate it in the outside world. And an NFT is no different. If Bitcoin can have value, if Ethereum can have value, then in theory an NFT can have value, as long as the smart contracts and the social contracts and the community enforcing it have value. Of course, that means most of them aren't, but some of them will.
I want to also come back to SoRare for a second, and I'm an investor in a few funds that have stake in SoRare. That's not why I bring it up. I bring it up because I listened to a podcast, a guy named Andrew Steinwald on Zima Red interviewing, I'm blanking on his last name, but his first name is AJ, who was, I believe, a data scientist at Amazon, who then went on to become a SoRare player. So let me explain for a second. I'm not going to do it justice, but if you can imagine collecting, and this is, again, not going to do it justice, and either of you should correct me if I get this wrong, but digital trading cards that represent specific players that you can assemble into teams that are then benchmarked against real-world sports performance to determine how well your team does. With said team, you can win money in leagues of different types. Now, people are like, okay, fine, sports betting, interesting. But where it starts to get super, super interesting is because it's correlated to real-world play with these composite teams, you then have, right now, for instance, funds being created where they're hiring effectively digital sports managers. They're buying and loaning out these players, these NFTs, and then doubling down on the people who perform best as sports managers. And one of their dreams/goals is at some point to take all of this sports analytics intelligence and data science and to buy an actual sports team and to apply it there. Kind of like sabermetrics and the Oakland A's and Billy Beane back in the day, but in an environment where they can simulate and test and split test and multivariate test over and over and over and over again. I'll give one other example of things to come, and maybe it's already happening. You guys can probably speak to this, but let's say you buy a piece of artwork that is in the form of a digital NFT. And I suppose that's a redundant term, but in the form of an NFT. Right now, if you need a loan, you might secure that loan with collateral such as your home. And if it's not happening already, in the near future, people will be able to do that with collateral of high value that is secured and verified on the blockchain, right? You're not going to have to go to Sotheby's and get all the provenance and the letters and the this and the that, which is going to take forever. You'll be able to instantly verify it and then secure loans against something like a high-value NFT. Could be a Ringer, could be a Fidenza, could be a CryptoPunk, could be anything. I mean, there are going to be many different options. And I think those are things that just are not immediately apparent. They certainly weren't immediately apparent to me when Kevin Rose was the first person to show me CryptoPunks, and I was just flabbergasted. But when you start to, I mean, look, they're cool. I think they're amazing on a bunch of levels, but it's deceptively simple on the surface, and the implications are unbelievably nuanced. So I just wanted to give a few of those examples.
Yeah, I just want to drop one quote in here, which floats around on the internet. It's called Gall's Law. It's a rule of thumb for systems design. And it basically says that a complex system designed from scratch never works and cannot be patched to make it work. A complex system that works is invariably found to have evolved from a simple system that worked. So in that sense, NFTs are primitive, and people are going to recombine and assemble and compose these primitives to create incredibly complex systems. And everyone who competes with NFTs with a centralized solution, as happens inside every game or every social network, is trying to design a complex system from the top down. And it's kind of a miracle that it even works. So this is all part of the decentralization, user ownership revolution of Web3. We own the NFTs. They're simple, they're portable, they're programmable, they're composable, and people are going to recombine them to create these complex systems that work, that are going to be impossible for larger companies to compete with. And we can already see that Apple and Google don't like NFTs, and so you're not going to see a lot of Web3 applications on the phones anytime soon. And even I think recently it was Valve, which runs Steam, the game distribution service, said they're not going to have NFTs on there or NFT-based games on there, and they're going to miss out. They're going to miss out on the largest boom in internet gaming since the beginning of internet gaming.
Chris, I'd love to ask you a question. Thank you, Naval. To come back to a word that you used, and we've spoken about this separately on the phone, because I wanted to know how the hell to pronounce this word. Skeuomorphic.
Yeah.
All right, so skeuomorphic. Maybe you could give some historical examples of like skeuomorphic design and what that means. And you've written before that one of the most common mistakes people make when evaluating new technologies is to focus too much on doing old things better. So I imagine we are seeing and will see a lot of people who are trying to copy and paste Web 1 or 2 for Web 3. So I'd love for you to just spell and then give some examples of skeuomorphic design, and then after that to give some examples, if you can, of sort of Web 3 native / emergent applications or instances to just illustrate what might be possible.
Yeah, so I didn't know there was spelling on this podcast. SKU morphic, skeuomorphic.
Morphic, yeah, you got it.
So I think it was a Steve Jobs word that he used this word, and he used it to refer to visual design. So if you remember, the original iPhone had like a book app, and it had wood grain bookshelves. And so it was this concept and design of taking something from the offline world and using that design in the online world to make it look more familiar. For whatever reason, me and my colleagues started using this word all the time internally like 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not sure if we invented it or got it. I mean, not invented it, but like sort of ported it over from the design world. I don't really remember, but we'd always use it to mean, you go back and look at early films, and early films looked like plays. They'd put people on, and they would walk around, and they'd stage it like plays. And then over time, kind of film developed its own kind of new grammar. And so you had a close-up, and you had an establishing shot. You go look at the old movies, they would just show Grand Central Station for like 10 minutes. And they learned over time, you could just show it for like a second, and the human brain would figure it out. And this happens with every new technology. The first cars, they mimicking the horses, and so the early web, for example, right? It was like brochures and magazines. So the opposite we call is sort of native. So you can do kind of web native stuff. Like it can be a two-way medium. It's code. You can do all sorts of other kind of cool stuff. So I think it wasn't until kind of the mid 2000s that people really started exploring the quote native web experience. And I believe the best investment approach was to bet on the native stuff. So I remember when YouTube was out, there were sort of two classes of video apps. There was the YouTube ones, and then there was these other ones which were basically saying, hey, we're going to take CBS and put it on the internet, enterprise software kind of model. People don't remember, there weren't YouTube stars back then. So it was all these just kind of silly viral videos or things that infringed on copyright probably, right? So when they got bought by Google, that was really controversial because it was the widespread meme, kind of like crypto today. It's all this shady, dark, illegal stuff. But what they understood, the founders and Google to their credit, is that this was the true native video on the internet. And that once you created this experience, this thing where you could embed the videos and it worked seamlessly and there weren't permission paywalls all around it, that this huge creator community would come up around it. And you'd have this whole new, and now today, Dude Perfect, guys messing around the basketball stuff or whatever, and didn't exist back then, has more subscribers than all the sports leagues combined on YouTube. It's not only were the native products the winners, but the native creators were the winners. And so this is a concept we use a lot internally. People who know me will tell you, when I'm negative on something, it's because it's skeuomorphic. People want to take blockchains and do like supply chain management, offline ticketing. These are, sorry. I'm glad there are entrepreneurs in every category, and I respect all entrepreneurs, but those are skeuomorphic ideas. I think they may work, but they're not going to be the things people talk about 10 years from now. It's going to be this new stuff, the NFTs. So let me give you an example of a really cool project. There's a thing called Loot. I haven't heard of Loot. It's this game.
Yeah, Loot by the former creator of, or I guess the creator of Vine.
Yeah, Dom Hoffman, who's a genius developer and product designer, created this thing, Loot. And what Loot is basically it's just these little cards that have an inventory, like kind of a Dungeons and Dragons style game. So it'll say Magic Cloak, just literally those words on a page. And those themselves are NFTs. But what's so cool about it is that it inspired this whole community of people to build around it. It's almost like if, Ernest Hemingway, instead of writing the book, wrote just the first page of the book and then let the community kind of add the next page. And so that's what Dom is. He wrote, this is the beginning of it. Now let your imaginations go wild. And by the way, there won't be one canonical game. There'll be 100 different things that all kind of they're in the Lootverse. It's this whole tapestry of creative people adding different bricks into this new structure. And that's just a very profound new way to think about building a game, and something you couldn't have done without, as Naval called it, these very simple new building blocks. And it's exactly their simplicity that makes them so powerful, and the way you can recombine them. And that's just an early experiment. There'll be many more cool experiments like that, but what's cool about that experiment, what do they say, like the Velvet Underground or something had only 1,000 fans, but they all started bands kind of thing? Loop doesn't have like millions of users, but the people that like it are the best product designers in the world. I think it's going to be one of those moments where, in the same way, Naval, you remember this, Delicious and Flickr, there was this period of like 2003 to 5, and kind of all the core Web 2 primitive stuff happened. And people was like, oh my God, like tagging. I mean, it sounds hilarious today. Tagging was like a breakthrough. It was a conceptual breakthrough. Because before that, it was like, oh, you have to have categories. Everything has to be mutually exclusive buckets. Every website had this thing on the left. Everything had to be in a bucket. Then tagging came and said, no, it doesn't have, you have a computer with a lot of powerful capabilities. You can just make a tag. And then default public. That was a revolutionary concept. So there was this period, I think we're in that kind of period now in this world where there's like this really, really kind of creative core that's developing these cool ideas. And those will provide kind of the roadmap for the next wave.
Yeah, the Flickrs will lead to the Pinterests.
Exactly.
Yeah, your skeuomorphic idea, it runs even a little deeper. Now, skeuomorphism that can work too. Like if you look at basic computers, we use a desktop computing paradigm. There's our desktop, there's files, there's folders. That's skeuomorphism from the physical world. and it can help people to reason by analogy into how to use something. But at the same time, I actually share Chris's skepticism of skeuomorphism in this space. In fact, I made a big mistake, which is early on in the history of blockchains, I thought we're going to do is we're going to replace Uber and Facebook and Twitter with Web3 enabled primitives and networks that come out of those. Now I don't necessarily think so. I think we're just going to create brand new things that we can't yet even predict or identify, but we're going to end up shifting our attention to those things. So Twitter and Facebook will still be fine, will continue to exist, but our attention will be on these new applications that are uniquely enabled by primitives like NFTs and tokens.
I think that's right. I think, like, look, I mean, people still use Microsoft Office. It's still around. The internet didn't get rid of it. I think these are just layers and layers, and I think the same thing, I agree. The value is created in the cool stuff will be in the native kind of cutting edge stuff.
On the frontier.
Yes.
Let me make a couple recommendations for folks who are listening. They're a book and a movie recommendation, and you guys might make fun of me for this. But the first is go read Snow Crash and appreciate how prescient that book was. And it's an enjoyable read. Neil Stephenson, incredible book. But go check that out, and then perhaps at the same time, or even beforehand, watch or rewatch Ready Player One. And certainly there are aspects of it that I don't think are right around the corner, but I think a lot is coming sooner than people expect. That is what I've at least come away with conditionally at this point, having immersed myself for the last few months very, very deep down the rabbit hole.
Sure.
And with that, though, I want to play proxy for listeners who are saying, okay, well, we're hearing about all of the amazing things. What are some of the weaknesses or challenges associated with Web3? And I'll start with one. So I remember purchasing some of these NFTs and then having someone recommend that I share that online. And I go, well, wait a second. If I share it online, then people are effectively looking into my bank account full of assets that are worth certain amounts. And all of that is preserved in the blockchain. And they're like, that's right, you're your own bank. And I'm like, I'm not sure if I 100% want to be my own bank, in the sense that people use external banks for a lot of good reasons, right? They don't want to have gold bars and money stuck into a mattress in their own house and have to deal with home defense and so on. I do think it appears there are some sort of technical solutions or services coming that could address some of these things. I'm just wondering.
I've been to your house, Tim. I think your home defense is pretty good.
Yeah, my home defense is fine. That's true. I think, but I'm an edge case, right? So not everyone has like multiple firearms placed in multiple locations. That's a longer conversation. It's not because I'm a crazy person, although some people would disagree. But the question is, like, what are some of the challenges? Because there have been points where I'm like, okay, would I prefer Amazon to see my entire purchase history, or would I prefer the entire internet to possibly see my entire purchase history? I don't know. At this point in time, for me personally, probably Amazon. And will the solutions that come to address some of those concerns, once we get to millions of wallets instead of, say, 500,000 wallets engaging with certain types of NFTs, will those services be antithetical to the ethos and promise of Web3? So I just wanted to throw that out there and hear whatever comes to mind for you guys.
For me, security is a big issue. I've been outspoken about crypto for quite a while, so I had to very carefully move all of my investments into custodians and funds so that I don't hold anything directly. But this is only possible because you can be your own bank. But the good news is you can be your own bank in very limited circumstances. You can take the majority of it, you can stick it with custodians, and just like there's places you can store your physical art under guard and lock and key, you'll be able to put your NFTs, at least the valuable ones, into NFT armories and repositories. There's going to be multi-signature where multiple people have to agree to move something. There'll be time delay where it can't be moved for 6 months or a year. So we can help mitigate all that. And the industry is working on all of that, too slowly for my comfort, but it's happening. You can also keep your anonymity in multiple ways. We mentioned Punk6529, who is a purely Twitter identity. People don't know who that person is in real life, but they're already regarded as a good NFT collector and curator. You can also create new wallets on the fly, and the software is getting better and better for that. So you can literally do each purchase out of a different wallet, which may be hard to trace to the previous one because there are enough ways to anonymize it, at least from the general public, or if you're using things like zero knowledge proofs from almost anybody. So these problems will get solved, but they are problems today, which is kind of what makes this space hairy. When the time comes that anyone can mint and hold and move an NFT easily, it'll be a joyous moment, but also a lot of the so-called alpha in the space will be gone.
Yeah. Chris, Steve, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think closely related to security, of course, is usability and just how to make everything easy to use and secure. I think it'll all get worked out, but I agree with Naval that it's not there yet. To me, the biggest challenge in the space is probably the messaging around it. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding around it. I think some of that is sort of self-inflicted by us, by the community. I think some of it is just hasn't diffused out into the broader world. So you just have a lot of people who react negatively to crypto, Web3, et cetera. And I think that could also lead to overzealous regulatory actions too. And so I think it's very important to do, I think, what we're trying to do here and just sort of explain these ideas. I think ultimately what usually convinces people is they need to kind of decide for themselves they want to dive into it. I literally, in 8 years in the space, I have never met somebody who's very well informed on the space and also deeply skeptical. Never.
If you're deeply skeptical about the idea of owning digital property, then
you don't understand it.
You're not only denying capitalism on the internet, you're a metaverse denier. Because if you look at the metaverse as articulated in Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash or in almost anywhere else, there is this concept of there is property in the metaverse. And obviously some people own property and there's jurisdiction within that property. And it's not just you can enter into my room because I can just right click and copy and save your room. There's authenticity around this is my room. These are my objects in my room and I can shuffle them around. I can control who comes in and out and I can control what happens when someone tries to quote unquote sit on my metaverse couch. Are they allowed to do that or not? So all of this programmability comes from ownership. And it's a bizarre idea to think that the only people who can own items in the metaverse are big corporations. You're basically saying only Zuck. No offense to Zuck, I actually think he does a better job than he gets credit for. But you're basically saying only Zuck is allowed to own the metaverse. Only he can own the entire metaverse. Why can't we each own our own room, our own space, our own property in the metaverse? So denying and pushing back against NFTs and cryptos is basically saying we're not going to have a collectively owned future. We're going to have a corporate owned future, and we're going to have a government future. I can see why the Chinese Communist Party wants to ban crypto, because it is antithetical to the idea of users owning things. But for a capitalist society, for a democratic society, for a collective society to ban crypto, that makes no sense to me. For it to ban NFTs or try to put them into financial regulations, which essentially ban it, is basically saying, no, you artists are not allowed to own your own output and deal directly with the fans. You have to be serfs working on Spotify's farm or working on YouTube's farm.
This might be a complete 90-degree turn, but I'm going to ask anyway, and we'll see where it goes. Going back to one of your many posts at cdixon.org. This is an oldie, 2009.
Forget what's up there.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I know.
You're about to get canceled.
No, you're not going to get canceled. Yeah. So I do have a question about one very, very questionable paragraph. No, that's not what I'm going to do. What is hill climbing in computer science?
So hill climbing, it's a class of kind of algorithms. The metaphor is think of a landscape with a bunch of hills. And the goal is to get to the highest point. But put this constraint on, let's say it's foggy, you can only see a little bit in front of you or behind you. And so there's a class of algorithms that sort of basically talk about what's the optimal way to climb that hill. One obvious one is if you're on an incline, go up. But the problem there is you might get trapped in what's called a local maxima, which is you just happen to start on a small hill. The next iteration of that is what's called simulated annealing, which is you add some randomness in there too, to sort of avoid just simply going up the first hill. And so this post I wrote, I think you're talking to, this is a popular post, it's called Climbing the Wrong Hill. And I was making the analogy from these algorithms to a career. And the idea was, just like in a career, you do want to sort of climb the hill you're on. But the mistake I saw a lot of young people making was they're at McKinsey or Google or something, and they see kind of the next prize is 6 months away, the next promotion, the next bonus, whatever it is, and they kind of are on that treadmill and not willing to go, for example, join a startup and take what appears to be a step backwards, but is in fact a much bigger hill. And they get caught up in the kind of local maximization thing and and I think you find a lot of people who are unhappy in their careers when they're in their 30s and 40s, it's because they hill climbed wrong hill. The lesson I take from computer science is to add some randomness to some exploration. There's a concept in machine learning, it's called exploration versus exploitation. You want to always have a balance between, for example, I try to use this when I order food. So I will make sure that sometimes I'm exploiting. Exploiting means I'm going to my favorite restaurant, but half the time I'm also trying a new restaurant. This is the core concept in machine learning when you design these systems, is sort of how to optimally kind of come to a conclusion. So